Here's a quick preview of our next City Council meeting. The City Council will hold a study session to discuss how the city helps residents and businesses address code violations and related concerns that affect the health and safety of local neighborhoods. Also on the agenda is a report on the city's budget for the past fiscal year, which ended June 30th. This will include an overview of how major city revenue sources performed, how city spending compared to what was projected, and a progress report on major city goals and initiatives. The City Council will vote on the consent agenda, which is for routine matters that can be approved with one action. Tuesday, these include approving the minutes of the September 12th and September 18th City Council meetings, and adopting an ordinance creating additional energy efficiency standards for new residential and non-residential buildings. Finally, the City Council will issue proclamations to recognize Dating and Domestic Violence Awareness Month, Fire Prevention Week, and National Hispanic, Latinx, Latino Heritage Month. The city encourages your participation either in person or through two virtual options. To use your computer or mobile device, click on the Zoom link on the first page of the agenda. Then, when it's time for public comments on the item you're interested in, press the Raise Your Hand button. You'll be notified when it's your turn to speak, so you can take yourself off mute. To participate by phone, call 1-669-444-9171 and enter the meeting ID listed on the agenda. Press star 9 to raise your hand when the comment period on your item begins. You'll be notified when you've been unmuted and it's your turn to speak. Whether in person or virtual, you'll have 3 minutes to make your comments. Get the full agenda and attachments at www.slocity.org/agendas.
Well, good evening, everyone. Welcome. Today, Today is October 3rd, and we are getting ready to start our regularly scheduled meeting. Say that fast. And we're going to have Michelle, Councilmember Shoresman, start the pledge. Thank you very much. And just a reminder to anyone who's on Zoom, if you do wish to speak later on today, you can raise your hand. You'll press star 9 to raise your hand, and we'll go ahead and recognize you at the appropriate time. And next, City Attorney, can you report out?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The council did meet in closed session on one matter of real property negotiations in which it provided direction on price and terms of negotiation. No further reportable action was taken.
Thank you so much. Well, today we have quite a few presentations, so we'll have a variety of people today providing. First and foremost is the Dating and Domestic Violence Awareness and Action Month. We attempted, most of us, to wear purple today, kind of in recognition. Purple is the representation for not just Lumina, but nationwide. Is that a... Oh, okay, sorry. We have obviously fire and back. So we'll go ahead and read the proclamation, and then we'll have Courtney Taylor, the president of Lumina Alliance, and our police chief, Rick Scott, come up and receive the presentation. So I'll start off with, whereas Dating and Domestic Violence Awareness Month calls attention to the fact that intimate partner violence is widespread and impacts every person in San Luis Obispo. Lumina Alliance provides essential life-saving services for survivors, their children, and families throughout San Luis Obispo County, including San Luis Obispo City. Domestic violence is a pattern of control in an intimate relationship where one person uses coercion and violence to gain power and control over their partner. Lumina Alliance continues to provide a safe environment to those affected by domestic violence with crisis intervention, counseling, education, legal services, and emergency safe housing with the help of dedicated volunteers and professionals. Lumina Alliance has received over 2,000 calls to the Crisis and Information Line, provided more than 6,000 collective nights for shelter of clients, and provided more than 4,800 hours of therapy. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Erica A. Stewart, Mayor of the City of San Luis Obispo, on behalf of the entire City Council, in recognition of the important work done by domestic violence programs, do hereby proclaim the month of October to be National Dating and Domestic Violence Awareness Month. Thank you so much. And Courtney, meet me at the front.
Thank you very much for this proclamation. My name is Courtney Taylor. I am the board president of Lumina Alliance. Thank you so much. I've served on the board for 7 years and helped lead the merger between Stand Strong and Rise, which I'm very proud of. I'm a local attorney, a SLO native, and a mother of 2 young boys, and spend a lot of my free time volunteering on the board for Lumina Alliance. Lumina Alliance's mission is to empower those impacted by sexual and intimate partner violence through innovative advocacy, healing, and prevention programs. Our agency, though we've changed names recently, has supported survivors in our community for over 40 years, and we continue to serve as a bright light during dark times for those in need. We offer a 24-hour crisis line, an information line, case management, legal assistant with partnership with Slow Laugh, accompaniment and advocacy, 3 emergency shelters, transitional housing, group therapy, including for children over 5, and a robust prevention program. As mentioned previously by our mayor, October is Dating and Domestic Violence Awareness Month, also called DVAM. This program was launched in 1987 with the goal of uniting organizations and people working to end domestic violence and intimate partner violence across the country. Over 30 years later, DVAM continues to be a time for collaboration, advocacy, and connection with the goal of raising awareness of the impacts of domestic and intimate partner violence. This year in particular, we are looking to shine a light on the hidden costs of intimate partner violence in our community, as well as those groups whose survivorship often goes unacknowledged. While we recognize that intimate partner violence can be experienced by truly anyone, certain groups such as undocumented individuals, transgender individuals, and those living with disabilities are uniquely vulnerable to intimate partner and domestic violence. Despite these groups are often least likely to have access to the services they need to heal and thrive, and the violence they experience is in the shadows. This October, we are committed to illuminating the path towards a brighter future for all survivors. In honor of DVAM, Lumina Alliance has planned several events throughout the month, including the Celebrate Community Festival and Walk for Survivors on October 28th in Mission Plaza in SLO. This is a family-friendly event that brings together supporters throughout the county to walk in celebration of our vision to create a safe, thriving, and equitable community. So please mark your calendar for that on the 28th. You can visit celebratecommunityslo.org to register for the event, or come visit us on the 19th at the SLO Farmers Market. We'll also be hosting 2 sessions of A Window Between Worlds, a transformative healing arts program facilitated by our staff. And then finally, tune into KCBX this month to hear stories from local Spanish-speaking survivors about their experiences with violence and who have sought help in our community. And then as always, you can visit luminaalliance.org. This month we have /DVAM active to learn more about these events and how you can participate. And then as always, our crisis hotline is open 24/7 and available to anyone who needs help or needs more information. That number is 805-545-8888. We worked very hard to get to keep that phone number. You can speak to one of our confidential advocates. We are very grateful for this proclamation, which I don't even know if I accepted it properly, but thank you. And the ongoing support of the City of San Luis Obispo. And on behalf of our board of directors, staff, and many, many, many community volunteers, thank you for taking action to create a vision for a safe, thriving, and equitable community. Thank you so much, and I'm gonna pass it off to my fellow board member, Chief of Police Rick Scott, for some additional comments.
Thank you, Courtney.
I will be brief. It's going to be very hard to follow that. So thank you, Courtney. You did an outstanding job representing Lumina here today and all your volunteer work with with our group. So with that, just to say that SLO PD has a great partnership with Lumina Alliance and connecting survivors to advocacy and support in our community. And I'm honored to be a part of the group that gives their time and energy to Lumina to help our community in the way that it does. And most importantly, just the employees and the volunteers that give their time in this way to help do things and support people out in our community in this way is tremendously impactful. By partnering with Lumina, we empower survivors, and I think you heard Courtney just mention about that. We give them a voice in reclaiming their lives when they've experienced a traumatic incident such as abuse and assault at the hands of an abuser. And so really grateful for having the opportunity to give them that opportunity to take control of their lives. I want to thank Lumina and the council for this proclamation and just bringing awareness to domestic violence and intimate partner violence. And then also for all the work that Lumina does as a trusted partner and a partner in law enforcement in connecting with our community to support the best way that we can. So thank you very much for the recognition.
Thank you so much. Well, next we get to have a Fire Prevention Week proclamation, and Vice Mayor Marks will be reading that proclamation.
Thank you. Yeah, it's a real pleasure to read a proclamation to firefighters. This week's nicest headline was the CAL FIRE rescuing kittens. So this is Fire Prevention Week that's coming up October 8th to the 14th. I'm going to skip most of the whereases, but whereas the City of San Luis Obispo is committed to ensuring the safety and security of all those living in and visiting our city, and fire is a serious public safety concern both locally and nationally, and homes are the locations where people are at the greatest risk of fire. And home fires caused 2,800 civilian deaths in the United States in 2021, according to the National Fire Protection Association. And fire departments in the United States responded to 338,000 home fires. And cooking is the leading cause of home fires in the United States in 2021, and fire departments responded to more than 166,000 annually between 2016 and 2020. 2 out of every 5 home fires start in the kitchen, with 31% of those fires resulting from unattended cooking. And more than half of the reported non-fatal home cooking fire injuries occurred when the victims tried to fight the fire themselves. The City of San Luis Obispo's first responders are dedicated to reducing the occurrence of home fires and home fire injuries through prevention and protection, education, and San Luis Obispo residents are responsive to public education and taking personal steps to increase their safety from fire in their homes. And the 2023 Fire Prevention Week theme, quote, "Cooking safety starts with you. Pay attention to fire prevention," very nice, close quote, effectively serves to remind us to stay alert and use caution when cooking to reduce the risk of kitchen fires. Now, therefore, I, Jen Marks, Vice Mayor, on behalf of Mayor Erica Stewart and the entire City Council, do hereby proclaim October 8th through the 14th, 2023 as Fire Prevention Week and urge all city residents to check their kitchens for fire hazards and use safe cooking practices during Fire Prevention Week, and support the many public safety activities and efforts of the San Luis Obispo City Fire Department. And with that, I'm going to ask Fire Chief Todd Tuggle to please come forward and accept the proclamation.
We'll take it first.
And Ron.
Yes, there we go. Thank you. Awesome. Thanks, buddy. Madam Mayor and Council, thank you very much for this time and in dedicating time to such an important important issue in our country, and fortunately not as big of an issue as it could be in our community. And I really attribute that to the community at large, who takes safety in general and fire safety in particular very seriously. I will refrain from reciting all of the stats that were in the proclamation, but nonetheless, cooking fires are a significant contributor to fires in the United States. And I would like to take this moment, since I have the podium, to direct your attention to 2 dates coming up. October 12th, on Thursday, at Farmers Market, we'll have Fire Prevention Week booth at the Farmers Market. We'll have staff there. We'll have all kinds of handouts for the kids and maybe even a handful of handouts for the adults. But we will be there representing Fire Prevention Week with some educational materials. And then an even bigger event, October 14th, on Saturday at Fire Station 1 at 2160 Santa Barbara Street, we'll be having our annual open house, and it's open to the entire community. You don't even have to live here. If you want to come visit us and see what's going on in the fire department, we'll have all hands on deck. We will have all kinds of demonstrations, fire prevention, fire safety, fire operations, all sorts of folks there, equipment there, and fun time for the kids. And there might even be a little bit of food available as well. So looking forward to seeing you all there. It's from 10, and I'm going to double check with staff, until 10 to what? 1. 10 to 1 on Saturday, October 14th. Thank you very much for the time.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. And then our last proclamation of the day is for National Hispanic, Latinx, and Latino Heritage Month, and Councilmember Pease will present that.
Great, thank you. I'm so pleased to be able to present this proclamation. Whereas Hispanic Heritage Month began as only a week in 1988, then expanded to a month from September 15th to October 15th, and now September 15th was chosen as the starting point because it is the anniversary of the Cry of Dolores of 1810, which marked the start of the Mexican War of Independence. And whereas National Hispanic, Latinx, Latino Heritage Month is an important reminder of how much strength we draw as a nation from our immigrants' roots, and recognize that Hispanic, Latinx, Latino heritage is American heritage. We see it in every aspect of our national life and the cultural fabric that enriches media, music, food, and much more. And whereas the city of San Luis Obispo has a diverse population in which the Hispanic, Latinx, Latino population make up 18.8% and are the largest ethnic group in the state of California, with 15.6 million Hispanic, Latinx, Latino people calling it home. And whereas throughout our history, our Hispanic, Latinx, and Latino communities have fought inequalities and injustices, shaping the social, political, and economic landscapes. As we reflect on the past year and look ahead, we recognize and are grateful to the Hispanic, Latinx, Latino community who help keep our city vibrant and prosperous. We, are our teachers and business owners, farm workers and first responders, artists and activists, colleagues and friends. And now, therefore, I, Andy Pease, council member, on behalf of Mayor Stewart and the entire city council, hereby proclaim September 15th to October 15th as Hispanic, Latinx, Latino Heritage Month, and urge all community members of the city of San Luis Obispo to join me in honoring this remarkable community and their essential contributions. And I'd be happy to invite Erica Rubalcava Heredia on behalf of the Latino Outreach Council to the podium, and C.R. Lara, the board president, as well. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. I'm Erica Rubalcava Heredia on behalf of the Latino Outreach Council. I'm the Director for Civic and Cultural Affairs. We come before you to accept the proclamation recognizing the contributions of the Latino, Latinx, Hispanic community in the beautiful country and in our local communities. September 15 through October 15 is designated Latino, Latinx, Hispanic Heritage Month. We Latino, Latinx, Hispanic take a great pride in the contribution we have made and continue to make, from bringing the first horses to the United States to planting the first vines. We brought our architecture, culture, music, art, and wide variety of foods. And speaking of culture, Latino Outreach Council is hosting El Día de los Muertos, a celebration of life at the Mission Plaza the last Sunday of October from 2 to 6, and you are all invited to this free event. We will have Aztec dancers, folkloric dancers, and mariachi music. Thank you for issuing this special proclamation. We are proud to accept it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Well, that was a lot of fun. And now we have one more presentation. We have the Mobility Services Division and Business Manager Overview. And I believe Matt Horn and Jennifer will be coming up. Jennifer Rice. Or the whole team.
Madam Mayor, members of council, as our team generates right here, I'll introduce the item. Jennifer Rice, our Mobility's division manager, is going to give a quick presentation about our Mobility division. It's a newer division for the city, but it really has all the components to really have a thriving mobility section here in the community. We have 3 different program representatives behind us: Adam Fukushima, our active transportation manager; Alex Fuchs, our Mobility Services business manager, AKA Old Transit manager, plus helping out with parking fund as well; and then Gavin Huzzy, our parking programs manager. But with that, I'll give it over to Jennifer. Thanks.
Great. Thank you, Matt, and good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the council. I'm happy to be here tonight to provide a quick overview of the city's new Mobility Services Division and bring the faces to the division. They're probably familiar faces to the council, but just an opportunity for you to see our program managers of representatives of our new Mobility Division. Oh, I forgot the mouse, sorry. All right. There we go. So the reason for the Mobility Services Division was to further the organizational effectiveness of the Public Works Department to address the urgent needs, leverage available resources, address current workload needs, and enhance the customer experience. And we're doing this by bridging the gaps between parking services, transit, and the active transportation programs to improve the overall transportation and parking experiences by consolidating these 3 programs into one unified division under a deputy director. And short story is this is just an internal organization change, but it puts us in a better position to effectively move these interrelated programs forward, all while working towards our major city goals. So the vision statement for our Mobility Services Division is to make getting from place to place safe, comfortable, convenient, and accessible for all. And the programs within the mobility service actually play a role in moving forward all 4 of the major city goals. So for example, the Cultural Arts District parking structure is moving forward the city's economic resiliency. The Short Range Transit Plan will have programs and policies that advance diversity, equity, and inclusion. The Safe Parking Program is an example of how we're supporting the housing major city goal, and then implementation of the active transportation plans tier 1 network is really moving forward the active or the climate action goals. The mobility services, each of the programs are very public facing. And so with that, each requires dedicated and authentic relationships with various stakeholders, whether that be internal or external. And this graphic just shows an example of those relationships within our Public Works Department itself, and then internal to the city, external stakeholders, and then also just the governing and advisory bodies that our programs report to. Here we go. This is what the new current structure looks like, bringing all three of the mobility service division under one umbrella. So the parking services division, active transportation, and mobility services, which, as Matt Horan mentioned, is a reclassification of the previous transit manager position. And now I will quickly just turn over to Adam Fukushima, who's our active transportation program. He'll be followed briefly by Gavin Hussey, our parking services manager, and then Alex Fuchs, our mobility services business manager, just to speak briefly on their respective programs.
Thank you, Jennifer. Just to give a high-level overview of the active transportation program, not a lot is changing. We still remain committed to our core services, so that includes be very committed to public education on topics that are very important to the community and that we see as relevant as they come, making sure that we're maintaining what we have and what we've already committed to building, managing our grants, especially the $7 million grant we just got for the Higuera Complete Streets project, and making sure we complete that on time, and then supporting the Active Transportation Committee. As far as projects goes, we're still on target to completing our Tier 1 active transportation network by 2030, which also supports the cap in meeting our greenhouse gas emission goals. Moving forward with the outdoor dining program, and then just making sure that we're starting our projects right when we get into the early planning and scoping of those projects. And the plans and policies that support these are, the major one is the active transportation plan that council adopted in 2021, and that incorporated a lot of safe routes to school policies as well as Vision Zero. And so that's the overview of the active transportation program. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members. So my name is Gavin Hussey. I'm the parking program manager for the city. As shown here on the slide, we have a number of initiatives that are not changing, but we are stepping up a lot of what we have been doing. So we are increasing our communications efforts. We continue with upgrading our maintenance programs around the parking facilities and our permit process. So we'll be rolling out some new virtual permits next fall to our community. Projects, we have a lot going on in parking. So our main one being the Cultural Arts District parking structure. We are pushing forward with that. Council recently approved Swinnerton as the contractor for that, and we'll be breaking ground next month. So we're all excited about that. We have a number of technology improvements we're working towards in parking, and there's a lot there. We're continuing with gateless functionality, new technologies in and on the streets, mobile apps, and parking programs for our preferential parking districts. And then the policies that guide us, you recently adopted in February, the Access to Parking Management Plan. We'll be doing a lot of initiatives behind that next year as we work to align ourselves with transit and active transportation. And then we'll be coming back to you next month on November the 7th with our study session for the parking rate study that will be coming back to you in April of next year for adoption. So turn it over to Alex Fuchs.
Thank you, Gavin. So if you stand out here at the transit center, you may see a bus come, you may see a bus go, you may see people get on, you may see people get off. It'll seem pretty mundane, but I can assure you there's a flurry of activity just happening beneath at the staff level. We have a lot of plans going on. One, you'll see next month, the Transit Innovation Study that will be coming before you for review. And then just today, we kicked off the Short Range Transit Plan, which is essentially the transit division's 5-year strategic plan. That's going to be a 15 to 18-month effort. with plenty of involvement and overlap with RTA as well as stakeholders and the general public. And then we are fully committed to our fleet electrification. We have 2 electric buses right now. Thanks to you, 6 more on order, and then we're working on an additional 2. So that will put us at a total of 10 of the potential 17 that we could have for existing services. And then, of course, I don't want to be up here without mentioning the approval to allow Derek, city manager, to authorize to negotiate and execute an agreement to incorporate hiring incentives into our current contract so we can restore our service schedule, get back to full service, what we call academic service schedule, and then hopefully that will lead into restoration of our ridership as well to pre-COVID normals, which was hitting up to 1.2 million annual rides, and we want to get back to that. Aside from transit, I do a little bit of fiscal analysis for the Mobility Services Division, which includes parking, active transportation, and of course, transit. So I didn't want to leave that out. But I think over the next couple weeks, you'll see me quite a few more times. So I look forward to presenting to you again. Thank you.
Thank you. And so just to kind of close things out again, while these are just internal changes, these programs really are interrelated when it comes to providing equitable, affordable, and convenient options for people getting from place to place. And there are opportunities for these programs to support one another as we build out our mobility options and services across our community. Each of these programs do now operate at 1260 Choro Street, which used to be just parking services, but now it will house all of our mobility division. There is a front counter there, so the public's welcome to visit us and get any information on these programs. The counter is open Monday through Friday from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. So thank you for the opportunity to present, and if there's any questions, happy to answer those.
Well, thank you. That was a great streamlining of what's happening. And you mentioned 9 to 3, since that's kind of when people are working. Is there any desire in the future to expand those hours?
So right now, if 9 to 3 is not convenient for people, our front counter staff does make private appointments with people to work outside of those 9 to 3 hours.
Great, thank you. Any questions from my colleagues? All right, wonderful. Thank you so much. I wasn't sure if Mr. Horn was getting up to say something or not. All right, next we'll have the city manager report, and then we'll have public comment. I just want to mention to the people in the room, if you have public comment, make sure you've turned in your blue slip, the city clerk, to the city clerk for your public comment. And the city manager.
Great, thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. Jump into the first slide. We'll just get a second to cue this slide deck up. The update tonight, I'm going to cover a lot of items that are just reaching some milestones in October. First, I'll start off with the outreach that we're doing on the diversity, equity, inclusion strategic plan and visioning. And so we're inviting the community to come forward and provide a survey that we're opening until October 31st at 5 p.m. You can see the links there both in English and in Spanish. And it's really best to help us complete information. It's confidential. No contact information is collected, and the results of the survey will be only collected in the aggregate only. And the purpose is really best to inform and guide the vision for CEI, the city's DEI efforts in the upcoming year. The council received a study session, and so we're collecting additional input. And so thanks to Nestor Pasalacqua and the rest of the team for leading on this and engaging the community. I know that this has been offered to several communities in terms of presentations, and we look forward to getting some feedback. Moving to the next slide, October is also being known as Arttober, and we are happy to have participated with many different nonprofit organizations in San Luis Obispo for Arts and Humanities Month. And that stretches the entire month of October, and it's really, we're engaging the community through a campaign called Experience Arttober, as well as Piano in the Plaza, a musical pop-up for all people to enjoy. So I'd encourage people to head down to Mission Plaza if you haven't already. We've had some spontaneous concerto piano sessions from a variety of individuals in the plaza. I had lunch there today, and it was really nice to hear the piano in the background. And so there's some additional information that's provided on the slide, really to encourage people to get out there to visit 3 additional arts and cultural experiences to bring documentation to the Slow Chamber Center, and you can receive an October tote bag as a grand prize, and then entries will be provided to the 500 participant, and there's 1 entry per person. I'm happy to say that we're making some significant progress into our volunteer program. We've heard for years about how much people love San Luis Obispo. We've had organizations like Love Slow spring up organically, and we want to meet the community halfway. And so the council approved a volunteer coordinator position, and we're asking for volunteers to sign up and find out about volunteer opportunities. You can do that at the city's website at volunteer.slowcity.org. It's a new volunteer portal where you can sign up to find Slow City volunteer opportunities, manage your volunteer schedule, track your contributions, which we know is important for a lot of high school students and other majors that are trying to get college credits, and then also access valuable resources. So everyone in the community or the region is encouraged to sign up to make a lasting impact at volunteer.slowcity.org. Moving to our next slide, I want to just share with the council some upcoming events in our senior programs. And Family Trivia is back this fall, and it's held every Tuesday in October and in November at the Slow Senior Center from 4:30 to 5:30. Teams consist of 2 to 6 players, and 1 member being 55 years of age or older. No reservations are required. It is a fun opportunity to come explore and also get an educational tour of the beautiful Dalladé Adobe and the gardens as part of the seniors community around the town program. This event is free from noon to 2 o'clock on Wednesday, October 4th, and reservations for this event are required as spots fill up quickly. For more information, you can contact our Senior Center Programs Coordinator, Hadley Clegg, at 781-7303, or by email at hclegg@slowcity.org. Moving next, I want to share with council some of the developments on some of the construction projects in and around the city. I'll first start off with the North Chorro Greenway. And so work on the North Chorro Greenway project is continuing this week. The contractor will begin work on improvements to the Chorro Street underpass and continue with installation of irrigation and landscaping on the bike path on Ramona Drive between CalFresh Market and Foothill, as well as continue with the installation of concrete bike medians along the Greenway route on Ramona, Broad, and Chorro Streets. We did receive feedback at the last meeting about better visibility during this construction phase, and it's really best to think about the construction project right now as maybe only 10% if you've ever thought about a home remodel. You know, you certainly can't get the full picture of what your kitchen's going to look like, only 10% done. If you're interested in the full picture, the full plans are available online. But when it is finished, the bike medians will be visible with reflective object markers, roadway sealing and traffic striping with new planter boxes and landscaping with some bike medians such as those on Ramona and the Chorro Street segment. So you'll see a lot of continued finish work that's going to happen. We're also making progress on our pavement maintenance and mobility improvements as part of our arterials paving project and our curb ramp improvements. And so night work has thankfully completed on Santa Barbara Avenue. So we were closing the road from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. because we had 15,000 trips that normally use that road, and that's just too many trips for the scope of work that we had, and so we're glad to see that done. As you can see, we're waiting for the asphalt to really cure before we do some of the striping work and additional work on that roadway. On Orcutt Road, you can expect to see additional traffic control as the contractor adjusts covers on the pavement surface from Laurel to Fernwood, and the contractor will also be paving this week on Orcutt from Fernwood to Johnson. And we all know that roadway segment needed a significant amount of attention. We're also planning on shifting to continue our work on California Boulevard at Palm and Mill Street intersections with the installation of some curb ramps that meet current ADA accessibility standards. So you may have seen some of that work as you come down California Boulevard on the right and left-hand side. Some of those ramps are undergoing significant adjustments. That's on the heels of some utility work that we always try to, excuse me, have done in advance of that. And so commuters should expect travel delays and lane shifts through the work zones. And project area maps are available on the Slow in Motion website. And so that is being updated all the time. But if you want to take a look at it, you can go to slowcity.org/slowinmotion. You can also email us with questions, slowinmotion@slowcity.org, or you can reach someone in person with any questions at 805-783-7887. And there's useful information there. So, we've got a lot of questions. Well, after some of the facilities are built, how will I put my trash cans out? What do I do with my trash cans in the interim? Where do I park in the interim? All those questions, there's friendly people that you can reach out to via email or phone, or just check in on our website. Moving to some of our storm-related projects, and I want to just pause here and talk a little bit about a lot of our storm projects. We will be holding an upcoming Perfumo Creek information session. I really want to emphasize information, so this is to inform the community. As we've shared with the council, the storms of last January through March had nearly $30 million of damage in our community. And there are some really pressing reasons for us to continue the pace by which we address some of the substandard conditions following those storm events. And so we'll be holding a meeting with the Oceaneer neighborhood on October 10th at 5 o'clock. It's going to be located at Vista Lago Park, which is 1170 Vista del Lago. And the reason we're taking these proactive measures is that we do believe that measures must be taken to reduce the flood risk ahead of a significant and potential El Nino season. We're also trying to make sure that we don't have an exacerbation of existing conditions that impact the ecological balance in the Perfumo Creek watershed. And so we have been out on site. We are doing some preliminary assessment work. That work had to be done before we understood the scope and the methodology for how staff was going to approach the projects. And our intention is to inform the neighbors of what we intend to do with the project. This will be our approach with lots of other projects that we need to continue to make forward momentum on in advance of this upcoming winter. As you all know, our typical engagement process would be, rather than to be informed, it'd be engage and then work through that process much differently. We just are not afforded the amount of time, given that these are projects that stem from a natural disaster. Moving to the next slide, I want to just give an update on downtown parking. And so parking trends show that the number of paid parking sessions looking back from July 1st, that's when the new rates took effect and we implemented new technology, is percentages continue to remain consistent with an overall increase in parking sessions by 25%. Again, we're seeing on-street parking and parking in the gateless structures are increasing as we see different behaviors as a result of the different programs, while the gated structures are both decreasing. So we're seeing some shifting behaviors. As Gavin Hussey just noted previously, we will be bringing forward an RFP for a rate study on November 7th for a study session, which will be seeking approval to release the RFP. We've been working both internally and externally with stakeholders, including the SLO Chamber of Commerce and Downtown SLO, in advance of bringing this RFP to the council on November 7th. And again, to just emphasize Mr. Hussey's comments, our goal is to complete the fee study and bring it forward to the council by April of 2024. We've also been reaching out to the community on different services that the parking program offers, and Parking Services has begun conducting door-to-door sharing of parking information, including information on parking rates, parking programs, especially employee parking programs. We heard from a business owner last week when we reached out to that individual, and he's now shared that program with a lot of employees, so there's a fair amount of existing programs that employees can take advantage of, including some upcoming program promotions, which I'll be talking about in just a moment, where to take advantage of commercial loading zones, and all things of curbside activity. There's been a lot of adjustments in the downtown that go back to the pandemic, and we want to make sure that business owners are aware of these, and we'll continue that work over the next month. We're trying to make sure we meet with every shift manager and people at businesses, including the owners, so that we have good uptake of information. We'll also be engaging with some parking sentiment surveys over the next month. Parking sentiment surveys will be conducted, including in-person intercept surveys, mobile app surveys, and which will be largely related to Park Mobile, which is 60% of our users, to really gauge what has the experience been with our parkers as they've gone through some of the rate and some of the other technology transitions. So now shifting to our parking program promotions, I just want to share with the community that validation tickets are being offered to downtown business owners within the downtown district. So 100 tickets for $200. So each ticket is worth 1 hour of parking. And these are redeemable in the parking structures, and select on-street pay stations will be set up for validation as well during the month of October. For the month of October, to promote and spread the word of the validation program, we are running a promotion where businesses can purchase 100 tickets and get 50 free. We also want to share that upcoming holiday free parking days, per previous council resolution. This year, the city will be offering free parking structures on select days during the holiday season. That includes Thanksgiving through Sunday, November 23rd through the 26th. On every Sunday in December, Christmas Eve and Christmas Day, New Year's Eve and New Year's Day, just to give the council a sense of that. And we'll be make sure that that information is provided out to the community. Just one more slide for tonight. I just want to share with the council that based on council's direction, the city submitted its grant application requesting $4.8 million funding from the federal funding account run by the CPUC. We provided that request to serve 490 unserved locations within the city limits that don't have broadband or high-speed internet access. And the city's funds are really for the portion of the backbone network support. The California Public Utilities Commission is set to review the applications in the last couple days, and we understand the review process is an iterative process, and they'll work towards a final award. And if you have any questions, you can reach out to Josh. We are really excited that we have a letter of intent as a preferred provider with the city, Astound, and the total amount that we're looking for is about $6 million. For this project, and the city's partner has committed a match of 20%, and with a net grant fund for $4.8 million. You'll recall that the council did set aside approximately $600,000 in ARPA funding, and so we believe we have a really strong likelihood for making sure that there's broadband for all. And so just wanted to share that with council as part of our Major City Goal work program effort. And with that, that concludes my report.
As always, so much information about so much that's going on. Thank you. Really appreciate it. And I love Councilmember Francis sporting the October shirt. Very nice. I hear you can buy one of those these days. But I also really just appreciate too the parking promotion for the businesses and giving a little more information about kind of the old style validation in would like to have your parking validated when you come eat or enjoy the retail. So that's great. Thank you. There's so much more, but I won't repeat everything. Any questions, Councilmember Shoresman?
Yeah, thank you for the update on the broadband. Really excited to hear that sort of progress forward, and we'll look forward to the next steps in that. I did want to actually ask another question just about the parking validation program and the promotion that's being run. I know that that sort of arrangement is pretty popular in some other jurisdictions, but we haven't seen it used as much here. And so just wondering if you could explain a little bit more how that's a benefit and how it works if you're a customer and you want to participate in this program.
Madam Mayor and Councilmember Schwartzman, great question. I'm going to ask parking staff to come forward, either Jennifer or Gavin step forward and talk a little bit about how the program works on the customer side.
All right, good evening. So what was the question, just how the validation works?
Yeah, so my understanding is that a business owner can purchase these discounted hours. Basically, for an individual parking in the structure, it would cost, $2 or $3 more an hour than what the business can buy these validation codes for. But then if you're a customer and you're, say, in a restaurant, how do you access that? Would you ask the business owner if they're participating in the program, if they're validating, or how does that work?
Yes, I suppose you would ask that because, we do only offer it to businesses that are in the downtown. So they do have to show that they are an active business in the downtown to purchase the validation program or tickets. But then they would be able to offer those to either their customers or their employees just as an incentive.
Thank you so much.
Sure.
I think the question as a individual is, do you validate parking? Just it's that simple, and they can say yes or no.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Francis?
Actually, I had a follow-up to that as well on the validation. Just wanted to make sure I heard correctly that the validation and the holiday parking special rates, the free parking during the holidays, that's going to be specifically for the parking structures. Is that right? Or is it for all parking?
It's for the parking structures, correct? For the holiday parking, just parking structures. For the validation, right now, it's limited to just the structures, although during the month of October, we are swapping out 20 pay stations that are on street throughout the downtown as well in specific locations, and those new stations will have the capability to accept the validation as well. So just further benefits where a business is located and the options that they have to use the validation.
And does the pay station have that identifying information on it that it accepts the validation, just so somebody can find
It will, yes. And then we'll also be preparing a map that's supplied to all of the businesses as well for what locations do accept the validation.
Fantastic. Thank you so much.
Sure.
And thank you, City Manager, for a great report. I just had a quick question on thank you for talking about how a lot of our infrastructure is kind of at 10%, a lot of the North Choro and the bike infrastructure that's going in. But at the last City Council meeting, there were a few specific concerns about some exposed brackets and things, and I just wanted to check in to see if we were able to address some of those safety concerns.
So, Madam Mayor, members of council, thank you so much. Derek, hope you don't mind, I've jumped up here. North Shore Greenway, I was present for the feedback that we received last council meeting, and we have done a concerted effort to have our construction inspector go out there, work with the contractor, find what's going on out there, see what the community is saying, and make corrective action. Our city engineer, Brian Nelson, will be forwarding you guys an email kind of itemizing all the list of things that we did. I don't have the level of detail right now of all the things that we did, but we have spent a lot of time out there making corrective action. What we saw out there was items that were in the process of being built in the community was using parts of them. And so as you're building it goes through an evolution, and it's still not quite done yet.
If I understand correctly, a lot of those brackets were for eventual street signage, and so we were able to put the posts in place to kind of make those less of a tripping hazard. Is that right?
That's correct, yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. And thank you for the questions. Okay, so next we have public comment. And as we get into the swing of fall, just thought I would remind everyone of our civility guidelines as well as the municipal advocate lobbying rules. So First, we just want to make sure we are listening first and that we're making an honest effort to listen and understand. We're respecting different opinions, showing courtesy, criticizing constructively, and debating the policy, not the person. If you are coming to the podium with a comment as a municipal advocate or a lobbyist, please make sure that you identify yourself, that's what you're doing, as well as if you're a municipal advocate that you register with the city that you are a lobbyist or a municipal advocate. So City Clerk, do we have any comments?
Yes, we have 7 speakers. Great. Our first 3 are Scott Summers, Robin He, Trent and Eleanor Johnson.
I think the first one may have
Yeah,
left.
I don't see Mr. Summers. So Robin He.
Hello. Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. I'm Robin Mitchell He, and I'm here regarding the mudslide on Rigetti Hill. I'm a homeowner in Rigetti Ranch, and I am joined by several neighbors from Rigetti Ranch this evening here in Chambers. And I'm following up to my email that I sent all of you last week with some photos attached as well. But we just, we're hoping to get the hillside repaired, mostly to avoid any upcoming problems with the upcoming rain season that is potentially going to be worse than last rain season. And also it's just an eyesore to the community. It's been up since the first week of January with yards and yards of plastic tarp, ropes, hay, different things. So I'm just here tonight to bring awareness to that. Most of Rigetti Ranch feels the same way, that we would really like it to be cleaned up just to avoid any problems and so that the community and the hillside look more beautiful. And one of the reasons I'm also here is because myself and one of my neighbors, we've had phone calls with the city and we've brought it up at the Homeowners Association meetings. And there seems to be a disagreement between the city and Ambient, which is the master developer for Rigetti. So that's also why I'm here, is just hoping that there can be some resolution to that disagreement and we can get on with this while the weather is still nice and get it repaired. And that's it.
Great, thank you so much. I appreciate your follow-up.
Yeah, thank you.
And I did not mention also, if you are in support, feel free, do a clapping, you know, and if you don't like it, that's cool, but we're not, like, no booing or yelling. Thank you. Sorry, I didn't mention that earlier. Or clapping, yeah. All right, next we have
Trent and Eleanor Johnson, and then Mason Horseman.
Thank you.
Hi, thank you so much for having us. We are here tonight to thank you for making incredible gains in our city's bike infrastructure, which has transformed where we feel safe biking as a family. I am a father of 3 young children, one of whom is here today, and I think she may want to say some words.
Hi, I'm Eleanor Johnson. I am 7 years old and I go to Pacheco Elementary School. I am on Little Bella's mountain biking team, and I like riding my bike instead of driving because it's healthier and better for the earth. I take the bus to school every day because it's too far to bike, but my neighbor Evan is in 11th grade and he bikes to school every day.
Thank you, Eleanor. So my name is Trent Johnson, and I'm a resident of the Laguna Lake neighborhood. We live too far for the kids to bike to school, but when we can, we do bike through all of the amazing bike infrastructure that you have supported. I'm disappointed Public Works left because I wanted to thank them as well. The protected bike lanes downtown, the Madonna bike path we used to get here tonight. We took the Choro Street Greenway, which has so much potential. We rode it the other evening, and it's looking amazing. These enhancements have empowered our family to choose biking more frequently, benefiting our health, the environment, and traffic for everyone. I know these improvements haven't gone unopposed. You can't log into Nextdoor without seeing someone proclaim that they hate the new bike lanes, with 74 comments. But I rarely meet or run into somebody who doesn't like them in real life. I can't thank you enough for remaining steadfast in your support for a healthier, more sustainable SLO, where we can strive for zero pedestrian bike fatalities, and pedestrian fatalities. You are making it possible to live in a city where biking to school doesn't entail risking your life, and where active transportation can be more cost-effective and efficient than driving and searching for costly parking spaces. I'm hoping that we may hear from a couple other young people who utilize our bike network in the additional comments later tonight. So thank you so much for listening.
Thank you very much to both of you.
Mason Horstman, and then Tyler Riley, and Carl Gristanti.
Hi, my name is Mason Horstman. I live on Broad Street and I go to Slow High. I would just like to voice my appreciation in light of all the criticisms of the protected bike lanes for the infrastructure that's been provided to me. I'd say the majority of my ride, both to and from school, is facilitated by the protected bike lanes. They allow me to get around town easier, get to school faster and in a more safe way. Yeah, thank you guys.
Thank you so much. And if we could just clap like that, that'd be great. Thank you so much.
Hello, I'm Tyler Riley, and I live next to Laguna Lake, and I usually ride from my house to the high school. Sometimes I ride the bus, but I try to ride my bike as often as I can when I don't have practice or anything. And I used to not really like biking because it was just kind of like a lot of work to get to school, and like I could get hit. But lately I've kind of realized like, oh, it's like a lot safer with the new like curbs, and just because of everything that you guys have done, creating those protective bike lanes and everything, it just makes it like a lot more reassuring to my parents to let me bike everywhere, so that they can't just like say like, no, you can't go to this place. But yeah, I just wanted to say thank you because it makes everything a lot easier.
Thank you so much.
Carl Gristanti, and then the last one is Laura Slaughter.
Good evening, City Council, and thank you for allowing me to speak. And I rode my bicycle today, and I rode down the North Greenway of Choro Street also. And I do have a lot of concerns about it, and I really do look forward to working with the city and trying to improve it and make it a better and safer place for all of us, because everybody deserves to have safety, whether it's a bicycle, a scooter, a one-wheeler, or a person walking, pedestrian, or a car. And what I would like for people to do, because there's several people that have rode the Greenway like I did tonight, and my concerns are that there's two curbs holding people in with two ways. And when, like, for example, some of these children that'll be riding on their bikes and some of these e-bikes that are flying in the opposite direction, what's going to happen if they wobble and then the e-bike strikes them? There's nowhere to get out of the lanes. It's two curbs. They're locked in. Very dangerous on the head-on-head. So that's one thing that we're concerned about as a neighborhood. The North Shore Greenway was taken off of a nationwide statistics from big cities. And big cities have wider roads, and the wider roads allow for two bike lanes. They allow for parking on both sides. They allow for two-way streets and a middle turning lane. San Luis Obispo does not allow for that. We have no streets like that. So the big city diagram does not work in the small city. Take a ride down Choro Street. I live there. They put the new concrete borders in. Try to drive both ways. Imagine when our fire truck's going to come, and then the garbage truck in the opposite way. There's no room for a fire truck and a garbage truck to drive safely. And imagine if one of them accidentally veer off and then they go, because the fire truck, the little curb is not, and a couple planters will not save them from going right through that and wiping out this man and his family. So, or the gentleman riding his bike from the high school over to wherever he wants to go. So if you really want to understand it, take a drive down Choro, take a ride down that bike lane, because and then doing the turns off of, for example, from Choro Street to coming from Mission to Choro, very dangerous on that right turn. Also left and right turns from Ramona to Broad Street, very dangerous as well. We've already had several accidents there. And again, that little curb is not going to keep any car from driving over that curb and killing someone in that lane. So it just needs to be better, that's all. And let's see. So again, I asked this question last time. Is SLO City Council want our city to be a 15-minute city? So I would like an answer for that. If someone to answer the question, do you want 15-minute city out of San Luis Obispo? Also, I'd like some documentation on the bicycle accidents that have happened before, and not just myself, the neighborhood wants this, on accidents before the greenway was put in and other greenways, because there's other places that are very dangerous. I'm talking about the North Choro one, but if I get off on the other ones on Broad or South Higuera and everywhere else, thank you, City Council. Appreciate you very much.
Thank you so much.
Hi. Good evening, Madam Mayor, SLO City Council, city staff. My name is Laura Slaughter, and I've lived here in the city for 19 years, biking and driving. I want to thank you, present council, as well as past councils and the staff that have worked really hard for multimodal transportation in our city. It's meant a lot to my family. I use the Peach Street Bridge to get to work. My older one is using the new Johnson bike lanes to get to high school. My younger son and I cut through the LDS Church parking lot, and we can't wait for the Ramona cut through. With bated breath, we watch it every day. And as a family, we use the Bill Road Bikeway, the Railroad Safety Trail. All these parts have really made a big difference for us. And it motivates us to leave our cars at home and choose active transportation. But for the last 10 years, we've been trying to bike to elementary school, which entails going through this contentious North Choro Greenway area. So my younger son, he's bigger than me. He's strong, he's capable, he's smart, he can ride by himself. And we have a bike carpool. But as parents, we've made a decision that the kids can only ride to school on late start Mondays. Because after way too many close calls, it's just not safe. There have been too many incidents, and I think mostly the drivers are in a hurry, but sometimes they're flat out aggressive and hostile. And regardless, it's shown us that far too many cars do not share the road. They just don't, and it's not safe without infrastructure. I know that people are really frustrated with all the construction, and learning to drive with new bike lanes and pedestrian build out does take extra attention. I also want to just take a second to keep in mind that a lot of this construction is about improving access for those with mobility issues. Curb ramps are not for bikes, they're for people, particularly those with balance issues, walkers, canes, wheelchairs, strollers, little kids learning on their scoot bikes. And I gladly leave my house now at most 1 to 3 minutes on the busiest time in the morning, knowing that kids riding to high school are safer, kids crossing the Johnson Street, Sydney, Beacon are safer, and that traffic has finally slowed down on Johnson. As a family, we've biked in many other towns. I am only mentioning the big ones because we know them: Boulder, Indianapolis, Barcelona. They all have major, longstanding multimodal infrastructure. And I know that they've had growing pains as their towns adjusted to this, but they show us that we can keep each other safe and be a city that supports multiple ways of transportation. And thank you for your work.
Thank you so much. Any other comment?
No, there are not.
Great, thank you so much. City Clerk or Mr. Horn, do you want to share anything about Community Development Department, City Manager?
Yeah, Madam Mayor and members of the council, I'll let the city attorney talk about mention one of the speakers who spoke about the status of the slide over in Rigetti Ranch. I will share with the last commenter, we do provide an assessment of all the improvements. We do monitor post and pre, both accidents, speeds, and just traffic dynamics on those roadways. We'll be providing council with some information, we hope, in the next month or so. If you recall, we did some of that work, follow the road diet that we put Laurel Lane on, and we saw some pretty significant reductions in speeds, and we've been able to track the data on that particular roadway in terms of number of accidents, et cetera, pre and post improvements. We'll be doing the same on Johnson. If you recall, that was our commitment to the council before we come back with the 2024 summer paving program. And then we've also are studying the improvements both on Higuera and on Marsh Street with the protected bike lanes. Those will give us some indications about how these facilities locally are faring and whether or not we're seeing reductions in speed and if there's any accidents, reductions that are occurring, or if accidents or close calls are happening, what if any mitigations we should be taking in terms of additional changes to those projects. Matt, did I miss anything? I think that was but we should have that data to you here shortly. And with that, I'll turn it to the city attorney.
Johnson, Mayor and Council, we are, of course, aware of the slide activity at Rigetti Ranch. We received a claim from the developer related to that. The city has rejected that claim and provided an explanation to ambient representatives as to why we believe that that is the responsibility of the developer. They disagree with that conclusion. We are expecting to receive a written response to our claim rejection, and we'll continue ongoing discussions with the developer representatives to ensure that appropriate steps are taken to stabilize the hillside and address those concerns in that area.
Great, thank you so much. I remember seeing that email and knew there would be some conversation back and forth. And then City Manager, in the past, we've talked about Vision Zero. When do we usually come back and report about that?
Madam Mayor, we typically come back with our traffic safety report every 2 years. So I believe the last time we came forward was last year. So what we do know is that when we monitor our traffic and safety issues, our commitment to council is that if we see any anomalies, meaning that there are reports of close calls or we have actual accidents, that we'll come back to council and report on those, and we may propose interim projects. We're not waiting for 2 years, but having enough traffic safety reports over the last decade plus, which has proven to be an effective strategy and deliberate strategy to allocate resources to projects that reduce risks and accidents. We don't believe typically, absent, new factors, that we'll see type of incidents arise that will require us to come back. But our commitment as council, if we see those, we'll come back and make recommendations to adjust the capital improvement program or modify any roadways if we see that's necessary.
Thank you. Councilmember Pease.
Thank you. I just wanted to thank our speakers for coming forward and sharing their experiences with the bike infrastructure. It has been not without controversy, and so to hear of folks who are utilizing it and feeling safer, that's been my experience as well. And constructive feedback is also appreciated. So I just want to say thanks for the comments.
Awesome, thank you. And I also really appreciate one of the speakers shared wants to work with the city and help make things safer. So I just also really appreciate that, because that's the communication we always need, is sometimes we may or may not see something that's a little different. So thank you very much. All right, public comment is over, so we will move forward to the consent agenda. Do my colleagues have any questions about the consent agenda or have a motion? That's true. Thank you. Sorry about that. Any questions? All right. Is there any public comment?
No, there's not.
All right. Great. Thank you. No questions, no public comment. Councilmember Francis.
I'll move to approve the consent agenda.
Great. Thank you. And Councilmember Shoresman.
I'll go ahead and second.
Thank you. And City Clerk, can we have roll call?
Councilmember Francis?
Yes.
Councilmember Shoresman?
Yes.
Councilmember Pease?
Yes, although I'll recuse again from item 6C, the second reading of the amendments to the Energy Code due to my employment.
Vice Mayor Marks?
Yes.
Mayor Stewart?
Yes, the motion passes 5-0. Thank you so much. A very brief consent agenda. We'll go ahead and take a 10-minute break, and then we'll be back for our business item and study session. Sorry, I didn't mean to stop the fun. We are back for the fiscal year 2023 year-end budget review, unaudited numbers. And we have in front of us our Finance Director, Emily Jackson, and Policy and Project Manager for today, Natalie Harnett.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. Natalie and I are really excited to be here tonight to what feels like belatedly, it feels like we ended 22-23 quite a while ago, just given all of the work that has happened since, but to kind of formally close out 22-23 so that we can then shift our focus to 23-25. Just as a reminder for the presentation this evening, it focuses on the unaudited financials for 22-23. So we are not seeking any action from your council this evening, with the exception of the resolution to provide the city manager with authority to appropriate certain funding for solid waste and recycling program expenditures. So while there is some exciting information to share about a bit of excess revenue over expense as of the end of the year, these numbers again are not audited, and so we need to be patient and wait for the audited numbers to come through, and we expect to return to council with the mid-year budget report in February of next year to provide recommendations to you all about how we may spend that unassigned additional fund balance that we will hopefully be audited and be sure we have available once the audit has been concluded. So just by way of where we are on this journey, this item tonight, of course, sort of concludes our 2-year financial plan, which spanned from July 1st of 2021 through June 30th of 23. A lot happened in that period. So we'll touch on some of that throughout this evening's presentation, but of course, the purpose of the report tonight is to comply with our own values of transparency around financial reporting and budget reporting, but also to comply with your adopted policy on that topic, to cover major fund overviews as of the end of the year, as well, in addition to financial performance, to touch on departmental performance measures and programmatic updates, including information about progress made on identified major city goal areas, and then also to provide a comprehensive update on where we are with the CIP that was adopted for 21-23 and what that looks like moving forward. So like I said, the 21-23 financial plan, I think we have previously described it as being somewhat chaotic, not only for us, but for pretty much every probably private and public institution in the world, arguably. Similar to development of the 23-25 financial plan, 21-23 factored in and had to balance out a number of inputs, including normal kind of community input, all of the information that we gather from our community every 2 years, a focus on our core and essential services. But of course, in 21, we were in the midst of a global pandemic that needed to be factored in. There was quite a bit of uncertainty associated with that and what it would mean for our local economy, which is critically important to the city's budget, given that how we perform locally as an entire community significantly impacts the revenues that we bring in to fund all of the important services that we provide. In addition to that, the pandemic considerations were being balanced out with a recently passed local revenue measure, which significantly increased the amount of local sales tax coming into our organization, primarily to fund a number of infrastructure projects, and then of course follow through with our commitment to pay down our pension liability with CalPERS. And so all of that was balanced out. Of course, we did quarterly reporting throughout both years of the 2-year financial plan. At mid-year, due to good budget management and commitment from your council and staff, we were able to make some pretty significant payments to CalPERS to address the unfunded liability. And then the improved economic outlook, despite the pandemic, really allowed the city to address some core service needs based on community desires, as well as address some labor market issues that the city has been experiencing. At adoption of the supplemental budget, of course, there were a number of recommendations for program enhancements included in there, and also worth noting that that was when your council took final action on allocation of American Rescue Plan dollars. Those are currently being spent to support affordable housing, broadband access, some DEI initiatives, among other things, and we are up to date with all of our reporting to the U.S. Treasury on that. So that was also a big milestone. And then, of course, I think has been well documented and discussed, 22-23 has really been characterized by the city's response to the storms that we experienced in January and March. And so we'll talk a little bit tonight about where we are with that. But we really, understanding where we were with the storms, understanding where we were with unfunded liabilities, there were really pretty minor expenditure budget changes in the most recently ended fiscal year, which has put us in the position, I think, that we are in now with our ability to cash flow some of those costs that were unanticipated. So I'm going to cover the general fund this evening, and then Natalie will cover all of our non-general fund departments, primarily focused on enterprise funds and our capital budget. By way of highlights for the general fund, of course, as we've talked about it, and probably not surprising at this point, all of our tax revenues very slightly outperformed our targets, which is a great thing. Tax and franchise revenue came in about $2.3 million above budget, and our fees for services, which is really sort of our departmental revenue brought in for specific programs and services, also outperformed budget by about $2.5 million. In most cases, the forecast was already adjusted for this, but we may need to make some adjustments at mid-year, as we typically do. On the expenditure side of the equation, we also have good news to report. Our departments all did a really phenomenal job of managing to their budgets, which is a really good thing and helps us to maintain our financial stability year over year. It's really important that we don't just look at everything as one fiscal year, but kind of the continuum of fiscal years, and understanding that if we perform well this year, it puts us in a better position next year. And so really appreciate the work of all of our departments on that end of things. Salary and benefits came in under budget. We had a total expenditure savings of just over $5 million. A bulk of that was related to salary and benefits. And then, of course, as we've discussed previously, the city manager at the end of January activated our fiscal health contingency plan, and that is still in place. We have lifted certain provisions of that. Departments are able to more easily fill positions at this point, do not need to seek direct approval from the city manager, which has helped. But there are a number of other kind of ongoing cost containment measures in place, asking departments, of course, to continue to very carefully scrutinize their expenditures, cut down on training, try to utilize local or remote training opportunities where possible. and without impact to core services. And then, the other thing that we've talked about in prior quarterly updates is that we've just continued to see quite a bit of volatility in the utility sector. Happily, some of the overages that we saw on natural gas expenditures have been offset by savings in electricity and water usage due to the extreme amount of rain that we got this year. So we will take the good with the bad that came with those storms. And then, like I said, really happy to report that all of our departments finished the year within budget. So the storm update this time around is going to be a little bit of at a higher level than it was at the third quarter report. Part of the reason for that is that based on where we are in the FEMA reimbursement process, things actually feel a little bit less settled than they did as of the third quarter. The reason for that is that we've had quite a bit of turnover in our FEMA program delivery managers, and so with every program delivery manager that we get a little bit of different guidance. But as FEMA has continued to sort of see, but we've got 2 separate emergency declarations for January and for March, and as FEMA has kind of continued to go down the process, we're seeing a bit of realignment in our projects. What we had initially expected to be a January event may now be a March event per FEMA guidelines and vice versa. And so we're looking at this in the aggregate at this point, and we hope that we will soon get to some clarity and stability with FEMA in terms of what is January versus what is March, and what FEMA categories each of those fall in. As an example, we had previously identified some of the road work that we had done as roads and bridges work that more recently has moved to emergency protective measures. And so it's a bit in flux at this point, but we're continuing to work it through. And after months and months of this, I'm happy to say that we are on the cusp of formally submitting our first couple of projects to FEMA, which will be a huge, huge step in the right direction. What we have been saying still holds true in that we expect that we will start to see money within 12 months of submitting projects. And so if we do that, if we're able to get 3 of our projects submitted this week, we'll expect that by the beginning of October of next year, we should start to receive some money. We've been working closely with our consultant from EY on this, and he has helped us to vet out and sort of identify those projects that we will likely be very good candidates to seek reimbursement on, and has helped us to continue to refine our description, our documentation, and that's just why it's taking a little bit longer. Our intent is to submit all of the projects as we have all of the information, so that we're not continuing to piecemeal and go back and forth with FEMA. We want to give them complete packages. So as of the end of the last fiscal year, so as of June 30th of 23, we had spent just under $4 million on expenditures related to the initial response to the storm. So that included largely debris, pothole work, EOC expenditures, traffic control, all of the things that we were doing as the rain was falling and in the days and weeks after that. In addition, as part of that $4 million, there's a bit of work that was done very early on permanent projects. And so our costs as of the end of last fiscal year were just under $4 million. In addition to that, we've got about $28 million of work to do, estimated cost related to permanent projects at this point. And so we're continuing to track those numbers. We're meeting, my office, the Public Works Department, Fire, and the City Manager's office are meeting on a monthly basis at this point to review projects, review project scopes, budgets, considering impacts to both health and safety as well as impact on the budget, and having discussions about what do we move forward with given where we are, our obligation to provide safe spaces for our community, and also our obligation to be able to maintain a balanced budget and fund all of the core services aside from storm-related work. So that's where we are at this point. As we've discussed, the primary source of funding at this point is the $9 million that your council has already authorized from the operating reserve. And then, as discussed with adoption of the financial plan, you approved a total project account of $2.75 million to address additional storm damage. In addition to that, our Public Works Department has identified project accounts that are kind of routinely budgeted for storm drain repair, road work, things of that kind of ongoing infrastructure maintenance that we do. Some of that funding may be used to fund cash flow some of the storm-related work. And of course, once the FEMA reimbursement starts rolling in, that will be put towards project costs as well. This is going to be a long game. We're looking about 5 to 6 years out to complete all of the damages and damage work, and we will continue to keep your council updated, not only on cost, but on the scope of projects as well as where we are with our work with FEMA and receiving reimbursement. So taking it up a couple of levels to the general fund as a whole, the general fund overall ended the year in a good position. Again, I want to reiterate that these, of course, are unaudited numbers, and so the intent of this slide is really to sort of provide your council and the community with an order of magnitude look at where we ended the year. So at this point, we're expecting that after factoring in all of our commitments or assigned funding in our fund balance, that we will have an excess of about $1.6 million. At this point, you know, we expect that given all of the storm damage, that would be, and I would wager a guess that that will probably be what our recommendation is when the mid-year report rolls around in February, that we assign any excess fund balance that has been audited to additional storm work. And so no recommendations at this point, but good news that between our fund balance, our revenue that came in and expenditures that went out, that we are in a positive position, and we hopefully have some wiggle room to maneuver in when February comes and we're presenting the mid-year report. And then finally, wanted to touch on our local revenue measure ending position. This was a revenue source. This is one of our single largest revenue sources, of course, at this point, and we like to highlight it because of that. The beginning balance in the local revenue measure as of the beginning of 22-23 was just under $6 million. We received $30.4 million in revenue in 22-23 and then spent about $32 million. And so we reviewed these numbers with the Revenue Enhancement Oversight Commission per the bylaws and requirements of that committee on September 11th. So they have seen these numbers, and we expect that factoring in revenue over under expenditures, that we'll have an unassigned LRM fund balance of about $3.8 million audited at the end of the year once that is complete. So that concludes my portion of the presentation, and I will turn it over to Natalie to take us through the rest of it.
Thank you, Emily. So we'll start with the water and sewer funds. So looking at where the funds ended the year, both of them were within budget and had some savings as a result of vacancies and some substantial staff turnover during the year. There was approximately $2 million of unspent funds in the water fund. This is linked to the costs associated with pumping water from the Nacimiento, Salinas, and Whale Rock reservoirs. A couple reasons for that. The main reason is due to the Nacimiento true-up, which is essentially a credit for the city's share of the actual operating costs versus what was budgeted at the beginning of the year. Additionally, the Nacimiento pipeline was shut down for 5 out of the 12 months, so there is some significant electrical savings there. On the revenue side, water was down due to a 9% reduction in water consumption compared to the prior year, as well as due to a delay in just receiving some grant revenue. These were partially offset by the development impact fees as well as the investment earnings, which exceeded projections. Sewer revenue was not impacted by the water consumption piece of it, so therefore it didn't experience that same hit and ended the year with about 4% above the projection. The Utilities Department had many accomplishments throughout the year, particularly around items that help advance the city's climate action plan goals. The department completed the installation of the Tesla battery pack at the water treatment plant. It was also awarded a $5.9 million grant for the groundwater contamination cleanup. The department also overhauled the city's stormwater program memorandum of agreement and began the wastewater collections infrastructural renewal strategy project. Some of the challenges experienced by the funds were obviously the Nacimiento pipeline being down due to the storm damages, and of course the above normal inflation prices that continue to impact specifically these departments' resources that they need, such as chemicals and certain CIP projects, which the project cost estimates have increased significantly. Moving to parking, on the budget side of things, the parking fund ended the year with revenue above projections and expenditures below the budget, putting it in a better financial position to advance the bonding for the new Cultural Arts District parking structure construction costs. You might remember as well, the parking fund did receive $700,000 of the one-time ARPA funds. So that was used to help offset the limited continuation of the first hour free parking last year. So that was replaced by the Park Local program this year. On the expenditure side, the savings are mostly due to turnover in several of the full-time positions. However, we did partially offset that by using temporary staff. Some of the accomplishments were the update to the Parking Access and Management Plan, which is the city's guiding document regarding parking and curb access. Much of the work for the city to prepare to secure that long-term debt was done last year, and we were able to successfully do that just last month. Some of the challenges, as you've probably heard over the last couple months, are just around communication and project delivery, were the biggest challenges faced by parking this last year. Unfortunately, some of the projects like the single space meter conversion and the transition to gateless parking had taken longer than anticipated. Additionally, adjusting to the new technology to align with community needs and expectation has caused some integration issues. But staff continue to be dedicated to ensuring the success. Looking at transit, ridership did increase from about 450,000 to 500,000. However, this is still significantly below the pre-COVID norms. Last year, we received our first 2 fully electric buses, which is exciting. Staff also continued to engage with internal and external stakeholders in the development of the first transit innovation study, which is anticipated to be presented to Council for review on November 17th. Also, the development of the Mobility Services Division, which you got a brief presentation on earlier. Some of the challenges for transit were around hiring and retaining drivers. That continues to be the biggest challenge for the program. Slow Transit is working with its contracted operations service provider to implement the hiring incentives mentioned earlier that will make Slow Transit a more competitive employer. Additionally, maintenance and fuel costs continued to increase, and these will continue to increase because of the older buses until those are retired from service. On the expenditure side, the department ended the year within budget in about $660,000 in savings, mainly due to the contract for the transit operations, which was lower because of the reduced schedules. On the revenue side, it shows a negative $9 million here. This is just due to the timing of the Federal Transit Administration, the FTA reimbursement grants. And this is funding that is obligated for the procurement of 6 additional battery electric buses. And the delivery of the buses is scheduled for spring of 2025. Transit was also awarded an ARPA grant of $12.3 million for operating assistance. Last year was the first drawdown year of that grant, which totaled $2.74 million for the year. The unused grant funds will roll over to future fiscal years. Local revenue was also down just due to the reduced operations, and that concludes transit. Starting on page 11 of the report are the department-specific updates. This provides council with an update on our programmatic performance, as well as helps kind of connect the dots between the budgetary resources and the product of these resources. Within the department updates, we have accomplishments and challenges faced by the departments, along with updates on the performance measures and budget variances analysis. There's really so many things to celebrate from last year, including important policy updates, process improvements, milestones, major city goal work efforts, and strategic plan progress. I originally intended on trying to list them all out, and I got about halfway through admin and decided it'd be a really long presentation, but I really encourage you to take a look because there's some really great stuff in there. On the major city goals, 72 specific tasks were completed with the 2021-23 financial plan. And many of the programs are ongoing, as you'll see in the graph there with the light blue items. Despite threats of a recession, economic activity remained really high in our area. A lot of this can be attributed to our economic development and tourism team and the various programs that they put on throughout the year. We also launched our DEI program about 2 years ago and have expanded that program since. We launched our mobile crisis unit and adopted the first homelessness strategic plan last March. Major highlights for climate action include the implementation of the climate action plan across each of its 6 pillars, as well as the implementation of the Lead by Example Municipal Operations Carbon Neutrality Plan. Because our major city goals remain the same in 23-25, you'll see that most of these initiatives have either been baked into the city's core services or were assigned additional one-time resources with the new financial plan. During fiscal year 22-23, several major projects were completed. It's important to note that although some capital projects are highly visible to the community, others are not, including many of the water and wastewater system improvements, as well as some open space maintenance, silt removal, information technology maintenance, and facilities maintenance and fleet procurement. Some of the major ones that you'll probably recognize are the Orcutt Tank Farm Roundabout, the roadway ceiling for 2022, curb ramp improvements throughout the city, the bus procurements mentioned earlier, water treatment plant, power storage units, pedestrian crossways at pedestrian crossway beacon at Ramona, and the 40 Prado bus shelter relocation. Another important thing to remember is that project balances carry over from year to year, so many of the projects that were budgeted last year, even if they were not completed, they will continue to have work done on them, and you'll see in the report there's a table that shows that. The only recommendation included in this item is just a policy addition to authorize the city manager to appropriate these solid waste specific fees. So the AB 939 and the SB 1383 fees are specific they're collected on the customer's water bills and are then remitted to the city for the purpose of diverting solid waste from the landfill. They are the main funding source for our solid waste division, and in a given year, if not all of the revenue is expended, they are put into an account designated for that purpose. So this resolution is basically just allowing the city manager to authorize to use that funding throughout the year, which will increase efficiency and allow the city to act quickly on programs and projects when they come up. A similar policy that you might remember is the development services designation. So this is the same type of thing. It's a designated money for a certain purpose, with the city manager authorized to appropriate it into the expenditure budget. As of the end of fiscal year 22, there is about $280,000 in that account, mainly due to staffing vacancies last year, as well as the overall ramp up of the program, which is relatively new. Some of you might be aware, but I did want to inform council that the city was awarded the Distinguished Budget Award presentation for its latest 23-25 financial plan. We received an outstanding rating in many of the categories, including strategic goals and priorities, the capital improvement program, and the department performance measures. So I just wanted to say a huge thank you to council, as well as all the departments and fiscal officers and program managers and everyone who helped on that. Our next quarterly budget update is scheduled for November 14th, which is right around the corner. So that'll be really helpful in giving us a first look at where we are year to date with our revenue trends, and will help us prepare for that mid-year report and updating the city's forecast. With that, I will hand it back over to you for any questions.
Wow, thank you. I will say that probably people don't think of like the budget as a sexy item, but you know, that is an amazing award. And so you should be very, very proud for all of the staff, quite honestly. It's really, really cool. Any questions from my colleagues? Councilmember Shoresman.
Thank you for answering. I did ask a question in advance, and so I appreciate the agenda correspondence on that. Just wanted to backtrack a little bit. You might have said this, but I think it's important, as Mayor Stewart was saying, this is a big item. The budget is a big deal. It's one of the main things that we have to pay attention to as a council and as city staff. And so I think it's important for the community to be aware and know when you'll be coming back with, for example, the audited version, and when there might be discussion of what we'll do with any of those unused funds from the previous year. And I know you mentioned it, but just to kind of send that home one more time for the community, if you could kind of say when that would occur.
Is that the November 14th date?
I don't think so.
November 14th will be the date of the first quarter report for 23-24, and yeah, okay. February 6th is mid-year, and the audited numbers will, it's usually the second week of January. We're trying to get it done a little bit earlier this year so that we've got more time to work on the mid-year recommendations.
Thank you. City Manager.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. Just to emphasize Director Jackson's comments, it'll be the 9th or the 16th of 2024, which is we finalize that. We're required by our charter to have it posted by December 31st. We've always met that goal, so we'll make sure that it's posted in advance. And we usually want to give some time for it to percolate online before we then bring it to the council. Just so it'll depend on how soon we're able to post it. We'll provide paper copies to the council members, and then what we've typically done in the past is just make sure that we provide notice to the public that it's available online.
Thank you. So November, just to run that through one more time, November is the first quarter of the current year. January is when the audited and any revenue that's still remaining would be discussed, and then the mid-year reports for the current year are February.
So the audit is when we will have identified what is remaining. I don't know that we will have a whole lot of discussion as a part of presentation of that item about what to do with it, but the exciting conversation about what to do with it happens with mid-year in February. Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you for clarifying that. I had one other question about the, well, actually two more questions. The resolution about the AB 939 and SB 1383 funds, the unassigned fund balance that from those, what we're talking about is the funds from both of those two. It's not just 1383 or AB 939, right? It's the combined total of those that makes up the $280,000. Okay, thank you for that. And then just a question about the storm-related costs. There was a couple of numbers in there. 28 million, I think, was the latest estimate of all the combined costs for all of the storm-related issues that we're foreseeing would be our overall costs. But so far, 9 million is what is work that we've done.
So as of the end, the numbers are, the actual costs are a little bit higher because of the time that has elapsed between the end of the last fiscal year. But what we're trying to focus on tonight is the, about $4 million that we had spent as of June 30th on storm related work. The bulk of that, again, was for things that we did in the first couple of days and weeks, like debris removal, paving, and EOC costs, and a bit of capital costs. The invoices on the permanent work have been slow to roll in, and we're paying them as they come. So we've had considerable expense beyond that $4 million if you look at what we have expended in 23-24. But as of end of the last fiscal year, about $4 million of actual cost with an expected additional about $28 million of cost related to permanent work.
So the 28 million is in addition to the, it's a lot of money.
And yes, and we're very aware of that. We've had at least 2 meetings just in the last 2 days on that. And again, the monthly meetings are intended to provide the opportunity for our for departments, city manager, finance, public works, and fire to continue to talk about what are the projects, what is the scope of the projects, what is the estimated cost of the projects, and then determine how to proceed, factoring in health and safety issues, legal obligation, and impact to the city's overall budget, understanding that we do have an obligation to fund work outside of storm repair.
And it does sound like there's a possibility that some of that might be, the 28 million additional might be FEMA reimbursable, but we don't have any idea how much that will be at this point.
We have some pretty rough estimates, and we're hoping that we can refine those a bit more for our next update. But yes, our consultant at EY has worked pretty closely with our Public Works Department to review information that we have about all of the projects, whether they are in progress or have been completed, review documentation, talk about what our procurement processes were on those projects, and then the need to actually accomplish those projects. And so they have weighed in about the likelihood of reimbursement on each of the major permanent projects that we're working through. And so that is being factored into our decisions about what projects to proceed with and when. Like our Public Works Director likes to say, time is our friend on this as we continue to go down the path and refine our information about what actually needs to be done and get in there and start to do some design that gives us more information about what everything costs and the likelihood of reimbursement as we continue to sort of gather all of the information that we have. But at this point, Ernst & Young has identified the majority of the projects have a good chance of likelihood of reimbursement. They're all very round numbers at this point. The way FEMA operates is that you either get reimbursement for a project or you don't. There's not really a whole lot of middle ground. And so as we continue to work through those questions, we're also factoring in what is the cost to repair, do in-kind repairs, to repair to what was the prior condition versus what mitigation work can we do to help protect the city if we are, the city's infrastructure, if we are looking at an El Nino year and then any further rainfall beyond that.
And City Manager, did you want to add to that?
Yeah, just Madam Mayor and Councilmember Short, just to expand on Director Jackson's comments, is really just to point out that I think there'll be 2 waypoints, both at mid-year, I think, and that will be a significant waypoint. We will have closed out the Johnson-San Luis Drive project, and which is a really good indicator. You know, in speaking with our Public Works Director, you know, we've used past cost estimates with the contractor as a means of trying to do some of our budgeting, you know, similar designs, projects, but the numbers are just, you know, from a year ago, which we know in a hyperinflation period, which we're hopefully coming out of, you know, it's been, and we've added numbers to it, but it's been less than perfect. And then, as you know, as you're designing and building on emergency projects, you encounter unknowns. And so there's multiple factors. So what we're trying to categorize is our actual cost, our known actuals, and then our known estimated costs, you know, that we know that are subject to some volatility because of design or just inflationary pressures or other dynamics. So we think February will have a good indication. And today in our meeting, we believe we have enough resources to bring us through projects through mid-year, and then we'll check in with council about what we intend to recommend in terms of any unappropriated balances, whether that's Measure G or general fund. And then from there, probably the next waypoint will be your supplemental budget. And then really probably the big reset will be the 25 to 27 financial plan, where we take a look at the capital improvement program. And we perhaps may need to make some trade-offs related to advancing some flood damage, you know, projects. We hope that in the interim, you know, we'll have at that time, hope we'll be able to come back to the council. If you recall, one of your items is for us to explore, you know, a potential stormwater utility, because clearly what we're seeing with the dynamics of global warming and climate change is just a system that really cannot be maintained with all the other competing issues with our capital improvement program. And so we hope to have clarity before the 25 to 27 financial plan about whether or not there might be additional revenues to support all of this work in the long term. So a lot of different moving pieces to kind of bring together. And so if there's anything I would say is that, you know, these are estimates and we'll continue to refine them, and then we'll continue to work them into the budget. And if there are points in the process where the budget can't support the projects, then we'll come back. But at least thus far, we have an indication that everything we're bringing forward is going to receive, you know, is going to compete well for the maximum amount of FEMA and state OES funding.
Thank you. Yeah, I guess it seems like the potential upcoming for a lot of reprioritization of our previous capital improvement projects, storm-related projects, weighing in, taking into consideration how much of that is FEMA reimbursable, and then kind of reshuffling and hoping that we can kind of still keep some of our old priorities, but make sure we take care of the storm repairs that we need to do as well, and get them funded by FEMA as much as possible.
It's a lot of parts. City Manager, did you want to add to that?
And that was just the exact conversation I was having with Matt earlier today about, you know, we've got the funding to continue on some storm projects and our regular CIP. We just need to make sure that we have the people power to manage all that. And that's probably one of the most limiting factors right now, is just the availability of, you know, licensed engineers and design professionals and people who understand the complexity of delivering a public project.
Thank you. Councilmember Pease.
Thank you. So following up on the staffing issue, the reports note obviously that was a huge part of the savings, was that we didn't have as much staff, but it was also consistently listed as the challenge for being able to deliver. And so So I guess I'm wanting to hear a little bit more. We were obviously in a fiscal health response plan, so there was a bit of a, not a dead freeze, but a kind of a limiting on hiring. And then as well as just like unsuccessful recruitment efforts or whatever. And so I'm wondering if you can give a little bit more perspective about what the implications are going forward. So will everybody be able to get staffed up, and then that opportunity for savings is gone, or where are we going to land with staffing and the challenges of recruiting and getting the work done?
City Manager.
That is a very interesting. I'll give you my best estimate. My best professional assessment is I think that we're going to continue to see some dynamics in the local labor market. We have very challenging housing issues coupled with just inflation, what makes it challenging to live here. And, as an employer, we've made adjustments throughout our collective bargaining agreements or resolutions for unrepresented managers to try to keep pace with the market and our labor relations objectives, which is to pay at or near median. So I think are positioned well. There is just some challenges with overall just training and getting people prepared. The labor force that's entering the market is not coming as equipped with the skills that they've had in the past. And so with something we're continuing to track is, what is our turnover? And, our turnover is higher than it's been, but it's certainly not as high as we see throughout California or the rest of the nation. We still continue to be a choice employer in terms of where people want to come work, because there not only is it competitive pay, but good benefits, and you have tools and exciting projects where people can see the work having an impact on the quality of life. And that's really what's, I think, exciting young people to come work for the city. We're just seeing in terms of as people enter the workforce, the productivity just needs some time to age to be able to get to a point where they can produce the complex projects. But we're also seeing young people come with lots of skills that are different than the past. I think on the budgetary side, we do see, we do account for a certain amount of vacancies. That is built, I think it's we assume, what is it, 3%, Natalie, overall salary savings. And that's based upon our historic rates, because, all the way, we've looked back over a 10-year period, and we always have turnover. We always have gaps in filling positions. And so that's part of your balance, your budgeting act, because to otherwise budget fully, we would have, otherwise really excess savings at every year. So I don't know if I'm answering your question. I do think that in talking with Ms. Domini, our HR director, we are seeing more competitive pools, more pools overall that are where we're seeing more experience. Just on a macro level, right now, I think the United States is just behind, I think, Spain, and just in mark with France in terms of idle workforce. I mean, eligible workforce between 16 to 64 that is sitting out on the sidelines, not working. There's some theory that may change as savings starts to diminish, and people's savings are otherwise impacted by inflation. But we're certainly open to ideas if there's things that can entice people back into an exciting opportunity to engage in public service to impact their community.
Thank you. And so just making sure that I'm understanding. So it sounds like the understaffing with the budgetary savings, but also the challenges, was really more due to workforce issues than the hiring chill itself. And so, but a little bit of a
little bit of both.
A little bit of both.
I think,
okay.
And some of it was intentional. We did,
right.
To be completely transparent, we did hold some positions longer, and I was very clear with the council and the organization that was intentional, because between January 9th until we had the full proclamations by the president declaring our area as a disaster area for the March storm events, it was unclear about what level of reimbursement we were going to get. And if you recall, there was also a lag at the state level. So we didn't know if it was going to be 75% or 93, and then we didn't know how they were going to account for the compounding impacts from the 2 storm events. So you know, we slow rolled some of the hiring, absolutely.
And thank goodness, and I think that it's actually, I think that's helpful because one, it says that, you know, we weren't, you know, we didn't have like all these openings where we couldn't fill them. It's like we had some mix of intentionality and some that we just couldn't fill. So as we go forward, hopefully we can staff up to the levels that are needed. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to add to that. I mean, I think as we're looking at understaffing as a whole in California, that is a really big challenge. And at the same time, I feel like we're managing our priorities on these projects based on inflation and based on staffing and based on revenue. Just a lot of discussions that we're constantly having. Vice Mayor Marks.
Thank you. Yeah, I have a few questions. In terms of the city manager authorization regarding AB 939 and SB 1383 fees, just to clarify, if we did delegate that authorization to the city manager, those funds would still have to be used exclusively for actions that divert waste from the landfill. So I want to just make sure that we're all clear on that. I also had a question. Natalie, you said that those fees are, or that funding is collected through our water bills. I think it's through our haulers and our garbage bills. Is that correct? It's managed by the utility. It's managed by the utility department in terms of where the
Solid
worker,
waste, yes. The garbage.
but it's the actual garbage bills, not the water bills.
Correct.
That good, because if it weren't that way, I'd be really upset.
Yes,
Okay.
I misspoke on that. It's
No,
garbage
that's
bill,
okay.
but it is managed through our utilities
But
department.
it's managed
Yes.
through our utilities department, so I can understand that. Okay, so I have another question about the gas tax that we collect, that as a revenue source. Is that also designated just for use on the roads, or does that go into the general fund?
It goes into the general fund, but it's specifically for road repair projects.
Okay, so we're in the situation in California, and especially in our city, where we have a lot of electric vehicles that are not buying gas. And so is there any effort? I know on the state level, there is, the registration fee is for an EV is higher than for a gas-powered car. But I'm just curious, on the city level, do we in any way compensate for that lost gas tax revenue in terms of our roads? Is this too much in the weeds?
That's just a big question that has a different than our current topic. City Manager?
Madam Mayor and Councilmember Marks, I think, you know, we'll undersee a shift. I think there's going to have to be a reconciliation at the state level of how to ultimately recover some of the impacts to roadways from heavier EVs, which have a demonstrable bigger impact on roadway conditions than traditional internal combustion engines. Right now, we're seeing the fleet kind of creep along, you know, but I think by 2030, you know, we're expected to see upwards of 25% plus of the overall California private fleet be electrified. So I think it's a good question. I think it's probably one that we're going to have to monitor. I don't have an answer today.
No, I'm just curious in this budget, because I am trying to keep relevant to this budget.
Yeah, in this budget, we don't see anything.
Okay, and so the utility tax for electricity is up. Now, is that that electricity utility tax money also designated for anything in particular, or does it just go into the general fund?
That goes into the general fund as well.
Okay.
And per the agenda correspondence that we routed earlier today, HDL's assessment and our own staff's assessment is that the electricity increases in utility user taxes also attributable to recent weather conditions and patterns. Hotter summers, just like the natural gas increase, is a result of the rain and the colder months that we experienced, colder than normal months that we experienced from January to April. So we're getting hit on both ends. And for the city, fortunately, that's a good thing in terms of our utility user tax receipts.
Okay. Well, thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Thank you, Councilmember Francis.
Yeah, thank you to my fellow council members for asking a lot of my questions. I just have one quick one. Looking at that AB 939 revenue, it's grown to a fairly significant pot of money, and I know obviously that it needs to be allocated to projects that divert or activities that divert waste from the landfill. Do we have an idea of what those activities or projects might be in the coming year, or is that unallocated at this time and we're looking for what those will be in the future?
Looks like Mr. Lehman will be coming up to the podium.
Excuse me, Madam Mayor, members of council. It's a great question. We have a long list of potential projects. I think one of the key things that we're going to have to navigate over the coming months is our relationship with the IWMA. And as the county is considering rejoining, our relationship with them, and that's going to dictate, I think, the scope of what we're going to bring forward with for proposing projects for solid waste.
So we're in a little bit of a holding pattern
Yes.
until we know the future.
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thanks.
Thank you for all of the great questions, and you've asked all of my questions, so I appreciate that. We'll move forward to public comment. City Clerk?
There are none.
Wow. Again, some days it just surprises me when it's a budget and we just don't have any questions from the public. Well, at that point then, sorry, find my notes. At that point, then I just want to say first, thank you very much for this really thorough presentation. Councilmember Shoresman, thank you for kind of just reminding us of the timeline in a sense of asking all those questions, because I know that there's many people that are saying, oh, okay, $2 million, what can we do with that? And lots of ideas. But I know that we also have to look at, are these really the real numbers once the audited numbers are done, as well as I appreciate, City Manager, you sharing. It'd be great for us to have all the information in front of us as we make decisions versus just some of them. And some of that I mentioned is, parking rates and potential changes to that, or, what does that look like? How do we help the holidays? I've been thinking about all these different ideas along with the community, and the reality is we really need to have all the numbers in front of us that are accurate and clear. So just want to say thank you for all of your time and energy on this, and look forward to seeing you back in November and January and February. Councilmember Shoresman.
Yeah, I just wanted to kind of close before we vote on, just on the point of congratulating staff on the great report, on the budgeting award, on all the departments on coming in under budget, dealing with really difficult financial time. And I know as a public employee myself, when there's things like the fiscal health contingency plan put in place and you're kind of chilling on hiring positions, that ends up having an impact to the staff who are still there every day doing the work. And it sometimes makes things difficult for people. So I really just, from the heart, appreciate that everybody keeps coming into work every day, doing their best they can, and putting up with some difficult times before you can kind of fill those vacant positions. And hopefully the end is in sight, where you can maybe find a little bit of relief. And I know some of those restrictions have been lifted a little bit. So hopefully that will curb things for people for a little while. And I also just wanted to say thank you to all the staff for all of the really detailed reporting. And I agree with Natalie, what she said. It's really great to go back and look and just all of the work that is done, it's just really pretty impressive. So, so thank you, and I look forward to supporting this motion.
Thank you. Well said. And I also, also think about when I was at the conference last week at the League of Cities or Cal Cities, talking to individuals around, which we'll talk about later, the code enforcement officers and the amount of training and time it takes. So sometimes some of the people we have that are excited, they don't have the training ready. And so that's part of it too. And I also, we're kind of just sliding by because this is so exciting to me, and yet we're just trying to get things done. Having the county soon to come back to IWMA I think is so awesome when we talk about our budget too. So just kind of one of those like tiny things that's pretty darn large. So anyway, Vice Mayor Marks.
Thank you. Yeah, we'll just, I was going to do this during the liaison report, but I'll say it now. So right now, the item is scheduled for Halloween, for October 31st. So we should know by All Saints Day whether the county is actually going to move in that direction. Right now, every indication that we have is that a majority of the council will vote in favor. And then there's a whole giant agenda that has to take place. And the goal of the IWMA board is to try to do everything we can to lower the rates for the residents and not to over-realize revenue, but to stay within our goal, which is to do everything that needs to be done, but not collect more money than we actually have a need for. So we're going to try to keep moving in that direction. I did want to echo everything that Councilmember Shorsman said. She's so eloquent. Thank you. And I'd like to, when the moment is right, move to approve the resolution of the City Council to delegate appropriation authority to the City Manager for the use of the AB 939 and SB 1383 fees as per the staff report.
Thank you. Councilmember Shorsman.
I'll second it if everybody's okay with moving forward.
I think so. Wonderful. City Clerk, can we have roll call?
Vice Mayor Marks?
Yes.
Councilmember Shorsman?
Yes.
Councilmember Francis?
Yes.
Councilmember Pease?
Yes.
Mayor Stewart?
Yes, and the motion passes 5-0. Thank you so much.
And I just want to clarify the record. It's both of those items, correct?
Correct. Recommendation of 1 and 2.
Okay, perfect.
Yes. Well, thank you very much, everyone. And we will move forward to the code enforcement update. Do a 7th inning stretch as we do a transition of staff members. Well, thank you for the quick break. Next up, we have the code enforcement update. We have, Chief Building Office Official Michael Lowe, Code Enforcement Supervisor John Mezzapiza, and Development Director Timmy Tway. It's a lot of names.
Yes. Thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. Thank you for having us here today. Again, I'm Timmy Tway. I'm the Director of Community Development. And the item before you now is a study session on code enforcement in San Luis Obispo. It's meant to be an educational presentation for both the City Council and the public to provide a high-level overview of the understanding of how code enforcement works, what code enforcement does, and how it contributes to a healthy and safe city. And so the recommendation for this item is to receive the presentation on the current state of code enforcement and provide comments and direction to staff at the end. We have a few high-level overarching questions that can hopefully help guide a conversation once you hear from our wonderful staff. And with that, I will hand it over to Michael Lowe, our Chief Building Official, and John Mezzapiza, our Code Enforcement Supervisor, who will walk us through some of the information that is provided in your staff report. I promise they won't talk about everything because it was very long, but a high-level overview, and then obviously we're open for any questions that you might have. So thank you.
Madam Mayor, City Council, I am Michael Lowe, your Chief Building Official, and I'm going to start by just highlighting for you this evening what we'll be covering in this presentation. I'm actually going to start by mentioning first what we will not be covering from the report. So as you may have noticed, we did extensive research in order to prepare for this evening, and really the purpose of that was to give you context for where we are currently. And so we will be discussing the history of the Safe Housing Program, but we're really not going to go too far deep into the history of code enforcement. The other point is we laid out the entire process, the citation process in the report, but this report, this presentation is going to really focus on higher level divisional overview. So it's been over 5 years since Council has received an update from code enforcement. We view our role in the community as a tool to really help Council achieve community objectives, which we have referenced in the report under the previous Council actions. And we view those previous Council actions as an assignment or a mission for code enforcement. And tonight is our opportunity for us to report back to you what we have encountered. And so we're going to share pictures and examples of violations that we have seen in the community, statistics and complaints, response times and cases. Now, while it has been some time since staff has presented to Council, I do want to mention that we still receive and follow Council's objectives by ensuring that our enforcement approach is informed by major city goals. And so we note that throughout the presentation by placing one of these graphics in the top right corner of the applicable slide. So before I turn it over to our code enforcement supervisor, I want to help you conceptualize where code enforcement exists within the city organization. Code enforcement is part of Community Development Department under the Building and Safety Division. In its simplest form, the building and safety's regulatory approach can be described really in a linear fashion. And so if you start with a piece of land and have a building, you need to go through that permitting process. And that's where we really verify construction documents for full compliance prior to issuing a permit. Once that permit is issued, it goes to our building inspection team that regulates the process to verify that what was planned on paper is actually being built on site. And then when the building is complete, that's where I would say it goes into the code enforcement realm of enforcement. And so what we have code enforcement doing throughout the city is really regulating and maintaining properties and buildings in accordance with the municipal code. So now I'm going to turn it over to John Mezapeza, who's going to really dive deep in, and I just really want to credit him with the extensive research and preparation in that report for what you have before you this evening. John has provided incredible leadership for the code enforcement team and really continuity in a, what I would say, an interesting transition of leadership and community development. So I've been in my position as chief building official for the past 4 months. Our director has been here for the past 3 months, and our assistant city manager has been here for about 2 months. And so John has done a great job of really providing that background for us and helping bring us all up to speed.
All right, Madam Mayor, members of council. As Mike introduced me, I'm John Mezapeza, the code enforcement supervisor here for the city. And I just want to take a moment to just say how much we appreciate the opportunity to share the details of our division. What we hope from this session is to provide some background, some current information and data so council is included on the discussion to better serve the citizens of San Luis Obispo. Municipalities and counties across the state and country can take a vastly different approach to code enforcement. There is no one method or formula, I would say, that works across the board. And what I'd like to do is dive into what that means for the city of San Luis Obispo. And I've taken the definition provided by the Code Enforcement Association, the California Code Enforcement Association, California Code Enforcement Officer Association, which is the certifying organization for the code enforcement officers in the state of California. And they define the enforcement as the prevention, detection, investigation, enforcement of violations of statutes or ordinances regulating public health, safety, and welfare, public works, business activities, and consumer protection, building standards, land use, or municipal affairs. That description encompasses a wide range of regulations that many times fall on the shoulders of a small number of staff. The city of SLO has proven to be ahead of the curve with many of the decisions made by our council, and the recognition of the importance regarding code enforcement is included and reflected in the number of staff in our division. And so while the term code enforcement for many municipalities refers to the broad enforcement of municipal codes, the Code Enforcement Division within the City of San Luis Obispo refers to a program within the Community Development Department with an assigned set of enforcement capabilities. The statement on the right of this slide provides a brief definition of the Code Enforcement Division at the city and describes the division as a program responsible for responding to complaints regarding the enforcement of designated ordinances relating to regulations of health and safety codes, building standards, zoning and land use designations, property maintenance, animals, substandard housing, and other miscellaneous regulations. So the report provided to council goes into detail regarding the roles and responsibility of the Code Enforcement Division. There are, however, many municipal code regulations that are not the responsibility of the Code Enforcement Division. Each department within the city is responsible for enforcement on some level regarding specific municipal codes. For example, finance and administration oversee the application of codes related to collection of taxes, personnel regulation, election campaigns. Public Works handles regulations regarding encroachments and public improvements, urban forestry. Utilities manages protocols surrounding solid waste, sewers, and stormwater. In general, the Code Enforcement Division's responsibility is to respond to concerns regarding potential violations on private property surrounding issues of land use and zoning regulations, building code, health and safety statutes, property maintenance requirements, sign regulations, substandard housing, and the list goes on. On this slide. This table is included in the agenda report as attachment C, I believe on page 167, and it really just serves as a visual to show the large array of regulations in which our division is responsible. I don't intend right now to go through each of these regulations, be here quite some time, but this list includes most, if not all, regulations that our division may respond to. So I'd encourage council and even community members to maybe spend some time reviewing this table because it does give a fairly in-depth accounting of each position's responsibilities as it relates to the regulations that are enforced. So what I've done is gone ahead and made a summary slide of that. And as a summary to the previous table, this graphic depicts the general responsibilities for each position within the division. As you can see, there are 4 field positions whose duties are well defined based on qualifications and experience, with the exception of the Stormwater Code Enforcement Officer position, which requires a specialized set of qualifications and certification. Those positions requiring a higher level of experience, such as the Code Enforcement Officer, are expected to understand and be able to enforce the regulations typically handled by the positions requiring less experience. So for example, the Code Enforcement Technician 2 is expected to provide education and outreach surrounding safe housing, but should also be able to enforce the same property maintenance standards that the Code Enforcement Technician 1 is responsible for. So what do these violations look like? The Code Enforcement Technician 1 is responsible for providing investigations to identify potential property maintenance violations, which are visible from the public right away. Some of the most common identified violations are unscreened waste containers, visible storage of furniture or debris, vehicles parked outside of the designated parking areas, broken fences, missing address numbers, and overgrown vegetation. You may hear these violations referred to as neighborhood wellness or neighborhood enhancement ordinance violations. And although they're considered lower level violations, they are fairly prevalent throughout the city. When these neighborhood wellness violations are identified, The typical time frame for compliance is 10 days. In addition to responding to reported violation, the Code Tech 1 is expected to perform proactive enforcement of some of these violations throughout the entire city. The Code Enforcement Technician 2 position is what we've designated as our safe housing specialist. And in addition to enforcing the neighborhood wellness violations that were just shown, they're responsible for implementing an education and outreach element regarding minimum habitability standards for rental housing. This position is also expected to respond to all complaints regarding substandard housing conditions as it relates to rental housing specifically. And then we have our code enforcement officer position, which in short is responsible for everything else. This includes unpermitted construction, animal regulations, zoning ordinances such as setbacks and fence height, use of polystyrene and plastic straws, offensive odors, land use regulations such as short-term rental permit conditions, recreational vehicles used as dwellings, and use permit conditions. There are numerous other regulations that a code enforcement officer may respond to, but in general, the process for enforcement remains the same. After confirmation of a violation, a notice of violation is sent to the property owner requesting compliance within 30 days. And then officers then have the discretion to work in cooperation with the property owner or the violator to encourage voluntary compliance. If for some reason voluntary compliance can't be achieved, the officer then also has the discretion to move forward with additional enforcement actions such as administrative citations. And then I also want to touch briefly on the stormwater code enforcement officer. It's a relatively new position that we've just taken on, was previously assigned with the building inspectors, but it was a position that was created in response to the regional water board requirements for the prevention of contaminants and pollutants in the municipal separate storm sewer system. The main objective of this position is to regulate active construction projects throughout the city in order to manage enforcement regulations associated with urban stormwater quality. So, as you can imagine, our department receives a wide variety of reported violation. And the speed at which we respond to these investigation requests are prioritized based on the level of impact to the community, residents, and even the reporting party sometimes. In November of 2017, Council approved the displayed priority levels and expected response times for specific topics. In general, the more immediate the health and safety concern, the quicker the expected response time. For example, actively dangerous or damaged buildings would receive an immediate response in order to provide an accurate assessment for safety and required remediation. Other topics such as active construction and substandard housing are assigned a goal of responding within 24 hours. And topics that do not pose an immediate life safety concern, such as existing unpermitted construction, are assigned a 48-hour response time. All other concerns, including signs, noise, fence height, et cetera, are assigned a 72-hour response time. These response times are a key performance indicator for the Code Enforcement Division, with the goal of maintaining an 85% rate of responding requests within the designated response times. And as we'll see later a little bit in the presentation, the relationship between the staffing levels and ability to maintain these target response times seem to be directly related. This is an extension of that, that table, which depicts the neighborhood services violations, which are assigned a 72-hour response time. As indicated here, there are 6 violation types that the Code Enforcement Technician 1 is responsible for providing proactive inspections and enforcement, and the remaining violation types are addressed when reported as a concern from the members of the public. For the most part, code enforcement operates on a complaint-based system. The preferred method of receiving requests for investigation is via the resident inquiry platform we just launched not that long ago, Ask SLO. Although the city does offer the ability for requests to be submitted via telephone, email, or in person. The use of Ask SLO not only provides some accountability for staff to respond within expected timeframes, But the system also allows the reporting party to be notified of investigation disposition and provides direct access to communication with the assigned officer if there are other concerns that they might have. Currently, anonymous complaints are accepted. However, many times when we receive an anonymous complaint, officers are limited in how they might be able to proceed with investigations, as the legal authority to pursue a reported violation is somewhat diminished. So as an example, if a complaint is received regarding unpermitted construction on the interior of a building, an officer may knock on the front door, and if someone answers, will request an inspection. However, if access is not granted or no one comes to the door without that statement from a witnessing party to the reported violation, there's little evidence to pursue further efforts for investigation. So when a reporting party is willing to provide their name and contact information, it allows this assigned officer to reach out and discuss those reported violations and determine if there's some kind of basis to move forward with advanced investigation methods. And while the city, we do retain that identifying information of the reporting party, all of it's kept confidential if ever requested. So these next few slides are going to go over some of the data regarding the Code Enforcement Division over different periods of times, and hopefully help to tell a little bit of a story about the work effort put forth by staff. Since the implementation of the Ask SLO platform, we've been able to track and report on the types of investigation requests received. This table shows the number of requests by type of reported violation received for the fiscal year of 22-23. As noted in the agenda correspondence provided by Director Tway and Building Official Lowe, the numbers on this table don't match the figure on 2.2 of page 150 on the agenda report because staff realized that the requests received prior to implementation of Ask SLO in October of 2022 were included in the data. So this table's been updated to include all the requests for the entire last fiscal year. And breaking down that total number at the bottom of the chart of 937 requests breaks down to about 78 requests for investigation per month. And when we're fully staffed, these requests are generally assigned across 4 team members, which is about 18 requests a week or 4.5 requests per officer each week. And it's important to understand that not all of these requests result in a verified violation and opening of a code enforcement case. However, each one of the requests do require a field visit and at least an attempt to perform an inspection. So the reported neighborhood wellness violations are easily determined from the public right-of-way, but in many instances, the reported violations for code enforcement require a request to enter someone's private property or residence to allow for an inspection. When we look at the number of requests presented in this figure, which is 2.1 on page 140 of the agenda report, we see a sharp increase for this fiscal year when compared to the previous fiscal years. The overall investigation requests for the fiscal year of 2022-23 have increased by approximately 65% when compared to the average number of requests for the 3 fiscal years prior to COVID. And we chose the 3 fiscal years prior to COVID because things went a little haywire during those 2 years. We were responding to not only the typical requests, but a number of requests that had to do with COVID restrictions and regulations that we that kind of took focus away. But the factors for the increase in requests for this last fiscal year, we believe to be related to the implementation of the city's new resident inquiry system, Ask SLO, and less proactive enforcement activities due to staff vacancies and the creation of new ordinances like the abandoned shopping cart regulations. So figure 2.4 on page 152 of the provider report depicts the number of code enforcement cases opened as a result of verified violations at a property. Some key points to consider when examining this data is the difference between a neighborhood services or NSS case and a full-fledged code enforcement case. In general, they're differentiated by the type of violations, which are listed in section 2.1 of the agenda report, which is that priority levels and expected response time for various reported violations. As we examine the data in this table, we find a high number of both proactive and reactive NSS case during the 16-17 fiscal year. And as we progress through time, the number of reactive cases steadily decrease, with the exception of a slight uptick in the most recent fiscal year. The decrease in cases was somewhat anticipated as part of the neighborhood wellness work efforts, as we understood that consistent enforcement of neighborhood wellness violations was expected to result in fewer violations over time. But the slight uptick in cases as a result of reported violations seen in the 22-23 fiscal year, most likely a result of the implementation of Ask Slow again. The system does allow for somewhat of an ease in which violations can be reported, so it makes it easier for people to report violations. The number of proactive NSS cases remains fairly consistent up until the 2021 fiscal year, after which we see the number steadily decrease through the most recent fiscal year. There might be several factors that have contributed to this increase, some of which include the formal suspension of some enforcement and a shift in priorities during COVID, but there were also staff vacancies over these time periods as well. And these staff vacancies can significantly affect code enforcement's ability to respond within the expected timeframes for these reported violations. When we compare the percent of requests investigated on time during periods where there are multiple vacancies and periods where the division is fully staffed, what we see is what appears to be a direct correlation between staffing levels and response time. What's important to understand is that staff does respond to every request that is received. When we see a lower rate of response, it doesn't mean the reported violations are discounted or ignored. It simply means that the ability to respond to these requests amidst the maintenance of already existing code enforcement cases is generally affected. You want
I just wanted to briefly address that vacant position of the CET2, which is our safe housing specialist, and how it's had an impact. How it's had an impact on our response rates. What I think is important to understand about this position is that even in the vacancy, our enforcement approach is still consistent. We're still responding to those complaints. And really what we're missing as part of the program with this vacancy is that education and outreach component. And so code enforcement officers are still responding to substandard housing complaints. And I'll briefly go over that on this slide here. So what we did was disaggregate that area or that data for last fiscal year to break down by each priority level. And so priority level 1 are emergency situations, as John previously mentioned. An example of this would be vehicles impacting buildings or trees falling on a house, all of which have occurred multiple times in the last year. And we usually get notified about these violations. And I use that term violation loosely because we don't typically cite property owners when a disaster strikes their personal property. But we usually get notified about this through fire or police dispatch, and they have a list of who to call from the Building and Safety Division. My cell phone gets called first, then our building inspection supervisor, and then our senior-most building inspector. And building inspectors respond to these situations because it often requires a little bit more technical understanding of the building to make determinations on habitability. And then once building inspections have completed and we've made those determinations, we hand that case off to code enforcement to see that the repairs are completed. So then with the next highest priority category you see there is number 4, and that really is because they are just easier to respond to. Most of these violations are visible from the public way. I just did a ride along with one of our code enforcement officers a couple weeks ago, and en route to priority level 3 concerns, we were able to clear multiple priority level 4 complaints just by driving by, seeing that trash cans were already put away, stopping by, knocking on the door, having a quick 5-minute conversation with the property owner, and then just informing them that what the standards and regulations are. So that number is that kind of explains that data there. And we did sift through, or I should say John sifted through and pulled our response to substandard housing complaints specifically. And so staff does respond to these violations with a higher priority. I did want to highlight that those substandard housing complaints do come out of that priority 2 category, which overall has that 63% on-time response. And as you can see, that substandard housing is around 72%. So staff is responding to those a little more expeditiously than other concerns in that category.
Thank you, Mike. So moving on, we're going to shift a little bit to focus on our safe housing element of our program. This figure, which I believe is 3.1 on 155 of the agenda report, depicts the number of complaints received related specifically to substandard housing violations. Not necessarily 100% related to rental housing, but we do get substandard housing violations for owner-occupied structures as well. But in general, about 65% of the requests that we received were determined to be unfounded. And that means that the reported concern was inspected and determined to not rise to the level of a violation. And about 35% of those resulted in verified violations in the opening of a code enforcement case. The number of violations documented during inspection sometimes vary from 1 to several violations. So a code enforcement case can encompass several violations with 1 notice of violation. And many times we go out for one thing and determine that there are additional violations that may need to be addressed. So as we focus a little bit on the safe housing element, I just wanted to briefly mention the transitions that this component has made over the last few years. And we're going to go back only to 2015. We could go further, but in 2015, the city did move forward with the adoption of a rental housing inspection ordinance. And it required that all single family and duplex rental units be inspected, and with the intention and the hope of issuing certification for each residence on a 3-year cycle. There were over 900 inspections that were performed during the life of that program. However, in March of 2017, the rental housing inspection ordinance was repealed as a result of some community and council concern regarding impacts of the program. Staff returned to council in November of the same year seeking some guidance on what might replace that rental housing inspection program. And some of the direction we received was to focus efforts on the education and outreach rather than pursue elements that included self-certification or voluntary inspections. So with the guidance provided by council in that November 2017 session, there were a number of tasks that were completed focusing on the implementation of safe housing, education, and outreach within our division. Steps that were taken included the addition of enforcement tools, such as increased fine amounts, amendments to the city's administrative code enforcement procedures, to allow for immediate issuance of fines for repeat violations, accrual of interest on unpaid fines, and procedures for the recordation of notices of violation on title. Additional program changes included the rewriting of the job description for the Code Enforcement Technician 2 position, mainly to remove references to the rental housing inspection program, but also to include elements for the education and outreach portion that they would be responsible for. And then we have also made some steps to begin outreach to stakeholders. This position has been filled by 2 different employees, which have moved on, and we're working on filling it right now. But they both took steps to begin outreach to stakeholders such as property management groups, property owners, and tenants. And it was in an effort to gauge participation in educational opportunities that may be offered by the city and potential distribution of educational material to tenants. Especially that conversation was done with property managers to see what kind of cooperation they might have with just distributing those elements. And in late 2022, we did perform a few focus groups that were conducted as part of an effort to gather some perspectives from stakeholders regarding expectations of safe housing and the potential program enhancements that we might be looking at.
Okay, so I would just like to briefly walk you through how we approach safe housing concerns. So back in March of this year, right after our heavy rain season, we received a complaint of mold growing in a home being occupied by Cal Poly students. The complaint actually came from the parents who reported that their children had symptoms of fatigue, headaches, other ailments known to be caused by breathing and mold, and it really wasn't clear to the parents at the time whether it was the condition of the house or the freedom of being a college student. And so we initiated an investigation, but before we actually conducted a field inspection, we reached out to our contact at Cal Poly. They have an off-campus housing coordinator and connected the students and parents to that resource. This was towards the end of the quarter for Cal Poly, and they were able to provide, I believe, temporary housing for those students just to ensure that they were living in a safe and healthy environment. And then in the meantime, staff continued to work with the landlord to ensure the mold was appropriately remediated. Now, throughout the process, we received conflicting information, including a report from the landlord that showed the air quality was safe and healthy, but then upon our own investigation, we found visual signs of growth. So this isn't an uncommon thing in homes during the rainy seasons, and it's also not an uncommon thing in bathrooms where maybe the tenants don't understand the need for ventilation. And so in this instance, we were able to use our technical understanding of buildings to help students who have anywhere from 0 to 4 years of experience living on their own on how to maintain a healthy home space, but then also our regulatory authority to ensure that the landlords are providing safe and healthy rentals. So this case study really sums up, I would say, our approach to and how we are striving to meet the objectives council has established for safe housing, even in light of the safe housing specialist vacancy. And so with that, I'm going to go ahead and turn it back over to Director Timmy Tway to close our presentation.
Thank you so much. I know this is enthralling, but we will wrap it up. So along those lines, I think the team has highlighted, one, the importance of partnerships in the community, especially with our college community. And so we are really excited as we bring on this new code enforcement tech. And I think they've narrowed it down to 1 or 2 people, but that we really are going to look seriously at proactive partnerships that we can make in the community. And then the second thing is just providing information to people that's easy to find. And so I have been sitting in many council meetings in the past and have heard over and over again that it is hard to find information for tenants and landlords on our webpage. So I just wanted to highlight the team very quickly. We reworked our housing page, and we now have a button on that page that says renters and landlords, and you can click on that button. So the short link for this page is slocity.org/housing, and then we have a short link, slocity.org/safehousing, which takes you to the page that is renter information, landlord information, information about mediation services that the city provides, and then we will work proactively with our community partners to highlight any information that they think might be helpful as well. So I invite members of the public, if they're looking for information, to go to these web pages, and please understand they're still a work in progress, but we are making them happen. And finally, as we close, we did highlight several high-level questions for the council to consider. Hopefully these are things that can kick off a lively discussion on code enforcement, but is the program achieving the outcomes of that the council and the community have in mind? What information can we provide to help the community both navigate the code enforcement process and specifically for tenants and landlords? And then do you generally concur with the existing priority hierarchy of cases that we've highlighted in the staff report? So thank you so much for the time for us to present this information, and we really look forward to the conversation and questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I know enthralling, you're right. It's kind of a long list of codes, but when you're in the middle of it, it is really one of the most important things in the world. So I really appreciate all of your time and energy in providing this presentation today and asking these questions. And I think what I heard today most, and maybe I'm wrong, but was, staffing needed, but also education and outreach needed. And I think that those are the two things that I hear the most. So I think that we're all on the same page, which is really exciting. I will pass it on to my colleagues for questions. Councilmember Francis.
Yeah, thank you so much for an incredibly thorough presentation and all of the hyperlinks in the report. That was really awesome and useful. And in particular, thank you so much for the website updates. It was so cool to see. We got community feedback and then instantly got this brand new button on the website. And that's really great. So some of my questions are mostly focused around, we've been hearing a lot in public comment about concerns around safe housing. And I know obviously code enforcement's bigger than that, but safe housing is so important to our community, with 62% of our housing being rentals, and making sure that our community is safe and healthy where they live. And so I'm going to start by asking about, we have this case study here that I thought was really awesome, and I applaud the code enforcement and Cal Poly for their role in helping getting students into safe housing. But of course, not all of our renters have the parent intervention and the Cal Poly intervention. And so a lot of tenants report that, because they fear eviction, because they hesitate to make complaints, right? And so I'm wondering if we've seen models in other communities, and this might not be a question we can answer now, but I would love to see if there are models in other communities that have helped to kind of mitigate those concerns. How do we get around that? We've got 2% vacancy in this community. So if your housing isn't great, you might stay there longer than you should, just to avoid, not ending up on the street. So I'll turn it back to you to see if you have any answers to that now, but I don't expect that you'd have models on your hand.
Yeah, I'll just mention that there are other models throughout other cities. In preparation for tonight's presentation, we did not dive into that too deeply, but we certainly can look into it further if that's council's wishes.
Yeah, I think that would be fantastic. And Director Tway?
Yes, and I don't know if this directly answers the question, but I think something that we have talked about in the past is that there's a power imbalance sometimes, or a perceived power imbalance. And one of the ways that we can address that is through knowledge and information. So at least what we can do is make sure people understand that there is a process to pursue the city looking into whether they have safe housing, and that there is information for them to know what their rights are. Whether or not they choose to go down that path is another thing, but at least providing the information so someone knows what they can pursue, I think is a little portion of that.
So while I have you, on page 154, it talks about the idea of developing a program that's focused on renters' rights, mediation services, and landlord and tenant responsibilities. Said that idea was explored, but are we tonight open to the discussion? As part of the discussion tonight, can we give you the yes to move forward now that we're more fully staffed, or hopefully soon to be more fully staffed and have the capacity to be able to do that? Will we return to that idea of developing that type of program?
So I think, one, we will always take council's feedback into consideration, and two, we have to operate within the kind of the understanding of what this code enforcement officer's role is. And Michael might want to jump in, but at this time, the role is enforcing complaints as they come in, and the proactive education, working with our college community, helping people understand their roles and producing information. But, program that goes beyond that, we'd have to look at, bigger policy direction and resources, obviously, for something like that.
Yeah, and just to supplement that, when I came aboard last year and really got the assignment to look into safe housing and what we can do with this program within the confines of the objectives set by council, we were exploring those things and how we can specifically find a forum to make those communications or create that information that's more accessible to the appropriate parties. And so with the vacancy, though, is since January, it was the week of the storms that didn't make him move, but it was the
Probably
week of the
didn't help.
storms. Yeah. No, well, yeah. And so anyways, yes, as soon as we fill the position, and we've actually brought this up in the interviews so far, and that is a primary objective, to just really expand that education and outreach component, ensuring that we're communicating with community members effectively as possible. And I will say, one of the things that we've considered with the influx of requests is only accepting requests for, complaints that are not anonymous, so not accepting anonymous complaints. And one of our hesitations is we don't want to discourage reporting parties. And so we're still trying to navigate that workload with our staff shortage and making sure that we're not dialing things down and discouraging people from complaining.
Awesome. I'm so excited to hear about all this education and outreach. Also completely obsessed with the brochure that you included in here, item 8AE, item 8AE in the agenda tonight, the Safe Housing Education and Outreach brochure. And this might be more of a comment than a question, but my question was, how do we ensure that this gets into the hands of every single renter in town every single year? And I know we don't have an answer to that at this moment, but that's kind of I would love to see that happen.
Yeah, and I think one of the key components to making that possible is by building strong relationships with the landlord community. And so what we found during our focus groups that we conducted last November was that there was a pretty good sentiment from the landlords that participated that they wanted their renters to be informed of their rights, because that also meant they were informed of their responsibilities. And so a lot of the landlords who had a good relationship with staff was open to participating and sharing this information with their tenants.
Excellent. I was going to ask that question about what the big takeaways from those forums were, and I'm glad to hear that they were receptive to the idea of being able to help be a part of the distribution and education process. So thank you for that. And I'll pass on any other questions to fellow council members.
Thank you. And yeah, I actually appreciate that about the forum, because I saw those and I like, what were the answers though? What were the comments that were brought in there? You mentioned that reaching out to landlords, but I really think, just as we just shared, the power dynamic, maybe reaching out to tenants makes a little more sense, or both, I should say. Along that line, we've spent so much time, I think, between 2020 till now, and all the time before that, but I really feel like there's been a lot of conversation, a lot of growth in community building around marginalized communities, and I really think that that would be a great place to start, of getting more information out, because when we talk about inclusion, we talk about seniors, we talk about people with differing abilities, we talk about low income, people with different, English not as a primary language. There's so many different groups of people that right there could help pass out the knowledge. And then I think the other thing is, we get a lot of information out to the students during new students transition programs, such as orientation over summer, slow days, and orientation that first day they get here, which is all amazing and awesome. And there's also a lot of information that's given to them at that time. So when it gets to January, March, April, when they start looking for actual housing off campus, when do we get that education out to them, and how? And I think that's going to be a part that would be really helpful. So just 2 cents. Councilmember Shorsman.
Yeah, no, I think all of you so far have kind of hit the nail on the head of my main concern from the public comment that we've heard so far about just fear of retaliation for voicing a complaint, or fear of their rents going up if improvements are made to make their housing more safe. And so I'm glad to hear that you're not considering too seriously, it seems like getting rid of the opportunity for anonymous reports. I can see how getting an anonymous report would make something more difficult to follow up on, but I think for those who are really fearful for their living situation, that's an important component to keep available. Love the brochure also, and was wondering, you also gave a great example of a situation where a parent, intervened, and Cal Poly stepped up and provided some temporary housing for the students while their apartment was being, or their home was being fixed. Just wondering if that relationship with Cal Poly, and also if there's a relationship with Cuesta, that we have a lot of more mature students that may still have that power dynamic that go to Cuesta, and maybe, those students who don't necessarily go through WOW or new student orientation, maybe they're transfer students to Cal Poly. Are there ongoing collaborations with those two institutions that can help us get that information out?
So at this time, we've only been able to really build that strong relationship with Cal Poly, and that's because they have a position designated to kind of help facilitate and provide resources. And so that off-campus coordinator did even participate in our focus group sessions with landlords last November. But at this time, we're still, with the vacancy, lacking the resources to start making those connections. Do you have any more to put on that? Okay. Yeah.
Might be, when that position is filled, might be a good opportunity to reach out to Cuesta and see if that's another avenue for getting some of that information out. Also, just really love the short URL, because that's really easy for us to share. It's when you can give something to somebody that's not too complicated to type in. So I'm looking forward to sharing that on social media as soon as I can.
Me too. City Manager Johnson.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. And just to expand upon upon Michael Lowe's answer to the question is, sometimes we, we'll refer for legal aid. There are other resources out there that if they're not if they're not a student per se, to think to some of the other groups that may not have access to those services, will often, make sure that they understand there might be CRLA or other legal aid or mediation services to support them in pursuing their rights as a renter. Because a lot of, as we pointed out earlier in part of the presentation, a lot of renters don't understand what those are, and it's difficult to navigate in terms of the timing, et cetera. And so if you don't have that temporary housing, we also want to make sure that we have at least support to navigate through, because there are rights that are afforded to renters when there are substandard conditions.
Thank you. Councilmember Pease.
Thank you. The one question that I have at this point is that you noted 65% of the complaints were on the substandard housing were unfounded, didn't result in a violation, either unfounded or unable to substantiate. And so I'm wondering if you could give us some examples. I'm surprised it's that high.
Yeah, so many times when a code enforcement officer responds, number one, the only information we have to go on when we enter somebody's home is what they've given us initially. So while it may come in as a substandard housing complaint, that's how it's designated in the AskSO system and in our system. When we respond and get out there, sometimes it's determined that it's not a violation at all. So off the top of my head, examples might be deteriorated, carpets, or maybe they have had a mold issue that has been cleaned up recently, and our only avenue of enforcing mold is by visually confirming the growth. So sometimes violations are corrected before we get out there, but many times it's just a matter of a not understanding what might actually be a violation when the report is made by the reporting parties.
And do you feel like there's satisfaction? Do the tenants feel like, oh, okay, I hear you, that's not a safety thing, that's just a...
Yeah, and I think that's also part of a segue into the education and outreach element. You know, we can give that education to the tenants when we're in the field directly, and letting them know that when X, Y, and Z reaches the level of a violation, you can definitely give us a call back. And then they have a direct connection to the officer that was out there if they have questions about what might be occurring.
Great, thank you.
And just to tie off of that, just making sure I'm confirming, you have to give someone 24 hours notice as a landlord, right, before that you come in?
Not necessarily. If the tenant is willing to allow us to come in and do an inspection, we can have authority to come in and do the inspection.
Got it. Okay, thank you so much. Appreciate that. Okay, I think all the questions are done at this point. Do we have public comment?
Yes, we have three. Sorry. Reagan Denny, Olivia Momberg, and Tyler Corey.
Thank you.
Hi there, my name is Reagan Denny. I'm a second-year student at Cal Poly and currently serving as the chair of the External Affairs Committee of ASI. So you'll likely be seeing my face a little more often around here for the next year or so, and I'm really excited to be here. I'm really glad to see this conversation of code enforcement happening. And when I learned that we were going to come and talk to you all tonight, I did some research on what code enforcement looked like, and I saw all that you do is substandard housing, and it reminded me of a story that a couple of my friends told me a couple weeks ago as they were moving in. And so this is the story of my friend named Owen. And he moved into his house when he came down to, he's from Washington, so he comes all the way down to Cal Poly. And he moves in and he finds that none of their lights work. So there was no lighting in the entire house. None of the windows had screens, so it was literally just open windows in a multi-story house. And then their roof was leaking and literally looked on the outside like it was going to cave in. And when I asked him, you know, why did you allow that? Why did you think that was okay? He said, well, that's just how college student housing works. And that's just what you come to expect. And I think that that's so common in students that they just think that that's how it's going to be for them because maybe they're not paying the highest rent in San Luis Obispo. And maybe they don't think that they have the same rights that other people do. And so I really commend the work that you're doing in code enforcement and really look forward to exploring how we as a campus can work with all of you. Because I think a lot of our students don't understand that they have just the same rights that anybody else does, and that those conditions aren't acceptable just because they're young. So I really look forward to forming this relationship with you and moving forward with you, and I think there's a lot of great work that we can do together.
Great, thank you so much.
Hello. My name is Olivia Momberg. I am serving on the ASI student government as their Secretary of Civic Engagement, and I'm also on the External Affairs Committee with Reagan, so you definitely will be seeing my face more, and I would looking forward to building the connection throughout this year. And this is a great meeting to start out because Cal Poly students are here and this is something that they really care about and something that affects us every single day. I'm a third-year student, so I've had the experience of living on campus. I've rented in apartments here and now I'm renting in a house here. So I've had like a very diverse experience of housing. Obviously I've had my own issues with the rental experience, being young and just that's what you expect from student housing sometimes. But I think the number one thing is, as you guys all said, I really want to like hone in on education because that new platform, the Ask SLO, that's amazing. And that's a great resource that I honestly didn't even know was there. I didn't know that, oh, I can actually report this. I can actually go and like report this somewhere and somebody can come check up on it. So that's a really great resource. And yeah, I think the number one thing for me would be education, education, education. And I think everybody here is on the same page as that. So that's good to hear.
Thank you so much.
Tyler. And after Tyler, Barry Price, and that's our final speaker.
Oh, good evening, Mayor Stewart, members of the City Council, City Manager Johnson, and city staff. Thank you all that was a great presentation, by the way. I actually learned quite a bit. And I appreciate spending a lot of time there on the application, the website updates. I think to some, those may seem minimal, but I really do think, especially in 2023, those are critical when getting out the word to students about their rights and how that they can be served better as tenants. I think we've talked about a lot already, and I really commend my colleagues for focusing in on education. And I also think that that is really fundamental here. I don't even know if I introduced myself. My name is Tyler. I serve as the ASI Chief of Staff, and I'm a second-year political science student. As my role in the leadership team of ASI, I'd really love to work with you all at the city level, at the county level as well, to establish, and with this new position, some educational campaigns that we can help provide funding towards, potentially set up some events on. As Associated Students Incorporated, we have money that can go towards educational campaigns like this. We have people that are ready, as you have heard, to assist in these efforts. And so we just really, I don't know when the position is going to be filled. It sounds like it's still in the hiring process, but we'd love to work with that individual, in addition to our other local partners, to really get students that information that is most necessary in this case. And whether that's just getting them that website link that we saw just a little while ago, which I think is great. I'm going to get a good starting point for a lot of these folks. Making them aware of not only their responsibilities, but also their rights is just so important. And as we saw that 65% number, I think a lot of that comes from people who are very confused about what exactly a code violation is. They just don't know. And it'd be really interesting to see how that number changes as potentially more complaints go in. Does it go down? Does it go up? I really don't know. And I think it just depends on the quality of education that we provide folks. And so I'd love to see us just as a community come together and focus not only on educating students, but other folks as well who might be renting. Thank you very much and have a good one.
Thank you so much.
Barry Price.
Thank you, Mayor Stewart and council and staff. I want to thank you for responding so promptly to the comments about the website and the accessibility of information. That's really, really important. That's a big step forward. I also want to commend the staff on this very thorough report with a lot of really great information and still digesting a lot of it. I want to amplify the mayor's comments, though, about the need for outreach to tenants. I know the city has already done a lot of work reaching out to landlords, reaching out to property managers. I would love to see the information on those community forums, who actually participated in those. I assume there's a public record of that somewhere that we can see who participated, what was said, what the outcome was. One way to increase outreach to renters, and not just students, but as was already commented, there's really a broad range of renters, well beyond students. But one way to increase that outreach would be to require landlords to provide the brochure to a tenant every time they rent or lease a unit. They should be required to provide that information. Landlords are already required by the state to provide the state's brochure on the state mold ordinance, which most landlords don't do, which is also probably a violation already. But you could remind them of that and require them to provide the city's brochure as well. I think that would be very, very helpful. Another way to address the tenants' fears of speaking up is to provide more robust tenant protections, including right to legal representation if they're faced with an unlawful detainer, that is an eviction notice. They should have the right to legal representation. A couple of other things to consider would be stricter mold ordinance on the city level, stricter smoke, CO2, and fire detector laws, and serious fines for non-compliance. I think that would be very, very helpful. and could help to amplify the public safety, public health and safety aspect of this. And such requirements need to have provisions for enforcement and implementation. So please fully fund the safe housing program, fully staff it, and even expand your great code enforcement team. They need more support. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate all the public comment and look forward to seeing many of your faces again. And we'll go ahead and move forward to Vice Mayor Marks.
Thank you. Well, I have to say that I think it was a big failure on the part of this city to repeal the rental housing inspection program. I have to admit that I was a proponent, and I believe Derek Johnson was the community development director at the time, did a great job of researching all the different rental and housing inspection programs. They have them at where other CSUs are located, like Chico, Long Beach, East Bay, CSU. Cities like Berkeley, Sacramento, Santa Cruz, Santa Clara, Hayward, Hesperia, Arcadia, Modesto, Denver, Boulder, San Bernardino. This is not an exhaustive list, but the rental housing inspection program worked, and the reason that it was repealed basically was kind of a political wedge issue between landlords who wanted to be receiver sites for money but didn't want to invest in bringing housing up to a basic standard, and also fear mongering among the students that rents would go up if the rental housing inspection program were in place. Well, since 2017, I don't know if rents have exactly doubled, but they've skyrocketed. Okay, so I believe the students were manipulated, and it became a political wedge issue instead of really stepping up to our responsibility as a city to do what so many other cities have done, which is protect tenants, not just students, but tenants. These cities that have rental housing inspection programs often have a high percentage of renters like we do. 61% now is my understanding. I just wanted to say that when the rental housing inspection program was repealed, and I was not in council at the time, coincidentally, the solution was more education outreach in 2017. And now it's 2023, and we're still not really doing the greatest job on education and outreach. So I think there's been essentially, as far as I'm concerned, a moral failure on the part of the city to execute our duty to our residents, to do what we can to keep the standard of housing basically healthful. So we're not talking about white glove inspection. We're talking about exactly what your friend Molly, what's her name, was experiencing, you know. I don't think that education outreach is enough. I think what we need is a tenants union, okay? So that's, that's what other cities have. It's not just knowing your rights, it's being willing to have the courage to stand up and insist that, and fight for your rights, and insist that your rights be respected, okay? A city can't necessarily do that. What a city can do is what the rental housing inspection program said, you know, which is like we have a basic standard, and landlords, you have to come up to it. So I'm not sure what that missing link is, but I think it might be possible on the Cal Poly level for ASI to work with the Student Community Liaison Committee, which we're all part of, and see if there's some kind of at least outreach that could be done on that level, making sure everybody has the brochure, making sure that everybody knows about Ask SLO, but then also seeing, there used to be a tenants union at Cal Poly. Yeah, it was a long time ago. It was during the 60s when students were really kind of being nasty one way or another. So, but really, there's that. In terms of Cuesta, I think that there does need to be outreach to Cuesta, and they're part of the student of SCLC, Student Community Liaison Committee as well. So often in the past, the focus of that group has been dealing with the problems that arise when you have a mixed neighborhood with permanent residents and students who are turning over all the time. But there's no reason that that kind of agenda could be taken up by SCLC if that were the will of the group. The other thing I want to say is that every rental is supposed to, every person who rents out a dwelling is supposed to have a business license. And that means, assuming that they do have a business license, the city has got the address of all those people who are renting out houses or units one way or another. Now, the reason I'm bringing this up is that it would be possible to do something that has been suggested, which is have a city requirement that goes along with your business license. There are all kinds of requirements that go along with the business license that says that you have to give your tenants these statements of their basic rights. You could do that. We could do that. The city could do that. Would that be a third rail? Would someone running for election say, oh, we couldn't possibly do that, it might offend somebody? No. I mean, there's a lot of small steps that could be taken to improve the situation, in my opinion. I'm just going to say that I think the observation that the mayor brought up and that Mr. Price also brought up is that really basically we need to reach out to the tenants, not just the landlords. What's happening is that housing is no longer a utility. It's been commodified. It's an investment. We have very rich people from all over the world actually buying up all kinds of homes that in the past were family homes. They're buying them up to rent them out. And not just to students, but to also people who have to live with roommates because they can't afford to have a place of their own because of the price of housing. So, it's, there's some very greedy people getting very rich in the city of San Luis Obispo because it's the Wild West. The city's not doing anything, as far as I'm concerned, to really address the problem. And I'll just back up a little bit and say that I have a grandson who's moved off campus for the first time. He's over there on Cerro Romaldo, and they're paying $6,000 a year, a month for a house. That's pretty good for the landlord. So my son, the dad of my grandson, he owns a construction company in Idaho. he came out, he looked at the house, he said, "This is terrible." But he and my grandson did not complain to the landlord. My grandson wants to live there for 2 more years. He's a junior, wants to live there for 2 more years. What happened? My son just said, "Oh, okay, I'll hire an electrician, I'll do this, I'll do that." He decided to invest in this landlord's home rather than, he didn't talk to me about this before he did it. I found out about it later, right, So he just decided to invest in this landlord's home rather than challenge the situation, because they had to work very hard to find this house. So anyway, there is a power imbalance. I'm not proud of what my son did, by the way, but on the other hand, you do what you have to do. So I do think it's a big problem, and I think it's really important for the city to step up and do what we can. I don't think we can settle all that tonight, but I think perhaps at a future agenda that we should really seriously look at what else can we do to be effective. So I'll get off my soapbox.
Thank you. And I think the other part to what you just mentioned was more housing. Councilmember Shoresman.
Well, that was a little bit of a mic drop. I don't know where to begin after that, but you covered a lot of the things that I was going to say. But I did have one question for staff, because I think it was brought up in one of the public comments, the idea of increasing fines potentially. And I know it was buried in the staff report, and I think I know what the answer is from reading it. But just wondered if you could do a 30-second explanation of what the fines are, because I know they were doubled back when some of these changes with the rental inspection program was repealed.
Yes, so currently we have a fine schedule set up for violations of Title 15 and health and safety violations that are escalating from $100 for the first citation, $500 for the second, up to $1,000. And it's my understanding, and maybe Christine can chime in, but that $1,000 is the max that we can do for administrative fines. It could be a violation per day as well. So if a violation is existing every single day, we can move forward with a citation. But in practicality, what we typically do is we issue the first citation for $100, provide at least 10 days for them to respond, which is the time to appeal that citation, and then move forward with a $500 and then an additional $1,000. And then after that, we would look at fining $1,000 per day per violation.
So can those fines sort of stack up on top of each other too, if somebody doesn't fix it? So say somebody has just one violation and it persists after 30 days. Are we talking about like 600, 100, 500, 1,000, like $1,600 in a 30-day-ish period?
Or more than that. They can stack up so it can be a per day violation. And so those can be fairly motivating. And so Director Tway and I have had some conversations, historically up until a couple of years ago, there was the ability for us to then tack those on to the properties and record those. That allowance went away. And so we're going to be exploring some other tools that we can use, such as, do we notify banks or any lenders, or do we just record that there's a violation on the property as another mechanism as well? So there are other tools that we haven't explored, but they require some in-depth conversation with the city attorney's office before we implement anything else.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. A great presentation. Again, Vice Mayor Marks said a lot that I really agree with. I would be interested in what we can do legally to kind of create those penalties, those incentives at some point in the future. I heard a lot about, and I know our approach has generally been with trying to gain compliance without things like fines or more formal actions. But I have also heard from community members that they feel like maybe there isn't enough teeth in what we've been doing. And so I'd be curious about what those opportunities are, best practices from other cities. I thought some of our speakers had some really good ideas, and Vice Mayor Marks mentioned some of them about, some requirements around providing the flyer when you have a new tenant. Reaching out to tenants. Seems like we have some really willing partners here in ASI that might want to help us with some of our education efforts. I realize we don't have our technician on board yet, but it seems like they're ready and willing when we do have that person on board. And also just wondering, we have a great new volunteer Engage Slow program that we heard about earlier tonight. Maybe there's a way that we can do pamphlet drops. I'm sure we know where a lot of the rental properties, we should know where most of the rental properties, if not all, are. And so maybe there's a way to utilize volunteers to do some sort of pamphlet drops at specific locations where we know there's a lot of rentals. And I love the idea about a tenants union, not something that I'm super familiar with, but it sounds like a great opportunity to encourage people to kind of encourage our fellow community members to lift each other up too, rather than using, potentially really expensive and limited legal resources. Just to reiterate, I think fear of retaliation and renters' rights are really important things to focus on when we're talking about our outreach and education efforts. And there is mention of that on the brochure, but, and you can only put so much on a brochure, but maybe a little bit bigger, a little more prominent, or just making that sort of the initial pitch that we give people when we talk about these protections, because I think that fear is real, especially if someone can't afford $6,000 a month for a house and they're a family struggling to make ends meet, or they're a college student who doesn't know what their rights are, or they're just otherwise, busy working multiple jobs and doing all the things that people do to survive in this economy. So didn't really go through the questions, but I guess the last thing that I would say is, in terms of, is the program achieving the outcomes that the council and community wants? Obviously, from our comments, you can tell that it's not, but I also don't think that it's really had the chance to, because that position hasn't been staffed. So I'd love to hear, in a year how it's going. Hopefully that position will be filled and it will be with someone who stays. And once there's a little bit of continuity, maybe we can get an update or something and hear a little bit more about how things are going.
City Manager?
Yeah, I just want to, John, could you clarify? I think that brochure, we finished that up was it right before the storms? I mean, it hasn't been around too long, so it hasn't had a lot of ability to get out there, and then that position transition. So I think that there's a lot of opportunity to get that information out there. So, but John, I just want to confirm with you.
Yeah, this brochure was developed kind of right at the end of 2022, and with the intention of distributing it. I think we were initially starting with those property management companies that would agree to distribute it to tenants directly, and we were trying to work towards that. And just with the vacancy, it made it difficult to kind of maintain that conversation and those relationships. So it's probably one of the first tasks is determining how we can get this out when we have the staff for it.
Definitely. And it's a both and, right? Landlords, property managers, and tenants. Councilmember Pease.
Thank you, and thank you to the prior comments. I am a fan of the educate and empower approach, and inventory. I mean, that's what our councils have been building up, like housing. I mean, we just need more housing, and thank you to our partners at Cal Poly for building on-campus housing, because that, working together to just have more units available. And we saw that, that some of the, when there's more housing comes online, that the worst of the rental units tend to, they get fixed up a little. So obviously that's a uphill climb that we're working on at many levels. Tenants unions, activism, unified voice, naming bad actors. When I talk to students and other renters, there's clearly some management companies that are, you know, better than others. And so I think working with the great ones is fine, but they're, you know, they're probably not the ones that are the big problem. You know, honestly, the brochure, it looks great. I would put a QR code on it and frickin' mail it to every address in the city once a year. What is that, 20 grand? I mean, we have to do those every address mailers when we campaign. It can't be that much. Just put a stamp on them and get them out there, and let's see what the response is. I like the other idea of partnering with Cal Poly and Cuesta and you know, tabling events, you know, what are the workshop kinds of opportunities, working with their off-campus housing person, you know, in partnership. So great idea. I'm so glad the students are here, ASI, to represent, and with Cuesta as well. And I'd certainly be open to those other conversations about penalties and ordinances, et cetera. I do think a couple of us mentioned during the questions that great that there were some meetings there. The focus group agendas were in the packet, but no record of what happened. It would be, I don't know if there were notes from that, but maybe afterward it would be helpful to kind of know what came out of those meetings, just for our information going forward. I think those were the main things. I think otherwise, I think it has been, to Vice Mayor Marks's point, is that, you know, I was part of the group that was supported repealing the rental housing inspection program, but the idea that it would be replaced with this robust education, enforcement, empowerment kind of campaign, and, you know, for legitimate reasons, but we've really fallen short and need to, and there has been some progress. I don't want to pretend that we're, you know, not doing anything. I think that a lot of really great work has been done. But yes, let's keep going forward and get the consistency of the staffing and be able to follow through on those programs. And the rest of it, I still agree with the priorities, the tiers, you know, proactive versus complaint priority, you know, when we, just depending on availability. So the rest of it looks great. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Francis.
Yeah, thank you very much. I just wanted to start by saying to Vice Mayor Marks, just copy and paste all of your comments from before. I really appreciate what you had to say, and giving a little bit of historical context, and really all of your points on this, particularly in making sure that we really have to step up. It's a moral obligation. I've got to be honest, when I saw in the report that only in 2017, there were 915 units that actually got inspected, and only 62% of them passed after the first inspection. Now, granted, that could be for some minor violation, but that tells us that there's a huge percentage of our rental stock out there that it's not up to safe living standards. And I'm sure this has not gotten better since 2017. And that's really concerning to me, that we have a huge percentage of our population, adults, students, all sorts of folks out there who are living in unsafe conditions. So we need to be a little more proactive than we are being right now. And I'm just so glad to see all of this. I, again, love that brochure. There were some great ideas here about whether or not we have it as part of the lease agreements. I know there might be some issues with ordinances and stuff like that. So potentially mailing it out to every single resident, finding kind of both the most effective and cost-effective way of distributing that annually to folks out in our community. Having all of our code enforcement folks carrying those brochures with them when they're out in the field, I think that's another way to get it into the hands of folks who need it the most. I know we'd had a conversation up here about fines, and I had the advantage of agenda review today, and I know that this is a nuanced conversation. Fines have in the past been used as or maybe not used, but have had the effect of leading to people, you know, losing their homes, people on the cusp really getting unfairly saddled with huge amounts of fines that they just aren't able to address. And I know that our staff is really aware of that. And this is kind of where some of you mentioned that we had used kind of an education and outreach approach. This is where I know a lot of our field staff is really careful and is working with folks out in the field, and I really appreciated hearing that. So when we're running into the folks who are on the cusp, we're not just saddling them with fine after fine, and that's really important that we keep that balance in mind, but also remembering that, you know, perhaps we need to have some stronger tools as well, so finding that careful balance between those two things. I won't say much more because I think all of you have really covered a lot of it. I think the tenants union is a really important tool, and I have heard that there's some movement towards starting to organize that, and I would love to see that continue to move forward. And thank you, ASI, for offering to be a part of distributing information and using your power and resources to help us with that. A very small side note on the priority 2, back on the chart, this is totally off topic from everything else I've said here, but there were the tiers of priority, and one of the things that I just thought was a little bit odd was that there's a sewage, electrical, gas discharge that was under priority 2 instead of priority 1, and that illegal, unsafe sewage, electrical, gas discharge felt like more of a kind of emergency type situation. I don't know if this is the time or venue to reevaluate that, but I'd love to see that moved up into maybe a address immediately rather than address tomorrow. But that's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Did you have any response to that water, gas, sewage topic? And if you don't, that's okay.
I can speak a little bit to it. If we had a report of active sewage that's spilling out and affecting people, it would be a higher level response than 24 hours. But many times, we get a complaint of unsafe sewage on the interior of a residence, and we're trying to figure out how we're going to come in and do that inspection, or it turns out to be a minor thing. In general, we will respond faster for issues that seem like they can have a higher level of danger to the occupants or anybody surrounding them. We wouldn't necessarily get a complaint of a sewage spill and say, well, we're not coming out till tomorrow, just because it's our priority 2. We evaluate those as they come in and respond appropriately.
Yeah, and just to complement what John was saying, we don't always get those complaints immediately. It's not like we receive them and then we see them right as we come in. So those priority level 1 is really when we're being contacted by emergency personnel who are responding to an emerging threat to the community.
Great, thank you. So it's, the gas leak, the sewage, whatever is being immediately taken care of, and now it's the follow-up to, did you take care of that NCAP or whatever it might be? Okay, gotcha. Well, sorry, I have a little bit more. I really do appreciate all of my colleagues. There was so much you covered, and so I'll try not to totally repeat it. There are a few things I will repeat, and just, it is what it is. First, I just want to say, again, thank you. This was a really, really helpful presentation to understand what does happen, what individuals need to do when they need help, because there's the rights and responsibility side of this conversation, and I think we heard a lot about that today, which was really good. I also saw that, obviously the employee vacancies makes it so you can't get everything done, but what you're doing is a lot. And this council and past councils have increased ordinances and therefore things you have to enforce. So that's also part of this conversation. I just think that, straws wasn't a thing at one point. Abandoned shopping carts wasn't a thing. That was the top number shopping cart. AskLO was the top number code request. So I just want to, kind of put things a little bit in context that we do understand that this is not all right now, that it's not a failure in the sense that you all aren't doing what you're supposed to do. So I just want to make sure that that's clear. We are very appreciative of what you do. And I will say on a just a little bit of a proactive twist on the Ask SLO. I think Ask SLO is fabulous, and I've heard so many people say they are so appreciative of it. Just on, I don't know the best way to say this, but just more common terms, like when I want to say a traffic light is out, I'm searching and searching, and obviously now I know how to do it, but in the beginning I'm like, how do I do this? No, I don't want to be a street light. And it just could we maybe have a little bit of a mini focus group on common terms? Parking sign, I went to go put something in, and it was like, how can I just get a parking sign or a street sign in here that's faded and it's broken? It's not here. Okay, go back to signs, then search this other thing, and then you find, okay, deface signs. Fine, I'll use that. But I'm just saying, like, sometimes when you're just thinking about common terms versus Ask SLO building code terms might be a little different. So just a small thing. And going back to that slide about priority 2, I really did love hearing about substandard housing, though, was at a higher percentage rate that you all went and looked at. So thank you very much. I had offered last year to ASI, and I will offer it again. As mayor, happy to partner with you and collaborate. I know there's a renter certificate that students can go through at Cal Poly to give you that knowledge about rights and responsibilities. And I know there's a very solid difference between drawings and raffles, but maybe there's a once a month drawing that we could come together on and give a prize of, just the drawing of how many people are going through it. I think one of the things that we see at Cal Poly is they have this renter certificate, but I don't think Cuesta has a renter certificate, and I don't think the general public has one. So is there a way that we can, help people have actual education and knowledge and do it in that proactive way? We might be able to help in that, and carrot versus only the stick, with fines, as we're talking about earlier. And I don't know for hiring more employees, I know that we've provided funding. The funding is loosened again now. Recruitment is challenging. Is there a grow your own aspect? Is there outsourcing? I don't know if both of those things are possible. Obviously, growing your own and providing training and working with Cuesta or Cal Poly, kind of like they've worked with the ACI Jets and creating that maintenance program. Can we create maybe the lower level NSS I forget the other term, number one, sorry, code enforcement? Could we do something like that and start that process so that we can have people ready to go? Because from what I hear, we're not the only ones that are having a challenge in getting code enforcement officers. And sorry, let me read my writing that I scribbled here. Hold on one second here. Oh, thank you. Sorry. One of the other issues that I constantly hear from the community in lots of different topics, but this is one of them, is more enforcement being wanted. And I think we also heard today that more enforcement is difficult if we don't have enough people, but also if we have more education, we don't need the enforcement in that way. And so back to the kind of the grow your own, is there a middle version of similar to SNAP with the neighborhood assistance program and saying, hey, your noise is too loud today. When it mentioned that before you have to get a citation from the police, maybe there's a junior version of the enforcement issues. Hey, did you know if you left this out, you're gonna get a ticket or you're gonna get a fine? Just ideas. I'm trying to think of different ways that we can help with that education and help expand what you already do. I'm pretty sure the off-campus housing coordinator is relatively new, either that person or the position as a whole at Cal Poly. So as we continue, maybe we can see something like that grown at Cuesta as well. And I appreciate everyone's talk about the tenant union. And I think the bottom line is, I don't really care if it's a union or what it is. We need advocates for people who are afraid to come forth by themselves. This is similar on, of course, a much more mild version, but it's similar to domestic violence or sexual assault. People don't want to come themselves and say that this is happening because they don't want to see their house be taken. I can tell you, I had a much worse mold situation when we were financially in a very, very challenging time. I didn't have an advocate. We did what we could with the mediation. Didn't matter. And I have pictures to this day still because my kids were getting sick all the time. And so I really feel for people who are in the situation that they don't have the education, the knowledge, or the tools. And so they need an advocate that can speak in between them sometimes. And so I don't know that that's necessarily the city's job to do it, but we can collaborate with someone else. And that's what I could see being useful. So a lot of things that we've all shared today. I think this is a second conversation would be great at some point. And I do, and so sorry, I forgot to mention, I do love, my goodness, how quick you all got onto the website and made that information knowledgeable or accessible, because we knew it was there. We had talked about it with Michael Cadre and we knew it was there, but how to get to it was difficult. So thank you so much. I think that's all the things I had to say. Love, Andy, the mail it idea is absolutely awesome. I know it's expensive, and but yet back to how do we get education out, and it's all the different ways. So I don't think you actually need any sorts of votes today, but I think we answered all of your questions and a lot more. Anything else you would like from us today? City Manager?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Council. This is the perfect conversation we wanted to have in terms of going through the background information, some of the challenges, the push-pull. You know, I'm proud of the staff and the team, and I want to thank Director Tway and Mr. Lowe and Mr. Mezapeza for their presentation. You have a lot of dedicated staff. What I heard today is, you know, this is a careful balance that, you know, our goal is safe housing and compliance. We certainly have gotten some indications. I'll be working with Director Tway in terms of balancing out the tools that we have at our disposal and talking to the city manager's office. You know, the brochure, we will look at strategies to how to get that out, both on an ongoing basis, but, you know, how do we work with our student leadership to get the brochure out to tenants. We'll follow up with the notes from the meeting that we had with landlords, and we will certainly make sure that we're reaching out to tenant groups with a focus on some of the marginalized group that may not have access to city government. I just want to remind the council that, you know, we really haven't seen the full effect of the education and outreach. We've had kind of some fits and starts. I don't think the position, I have to go back and check the records, was actually funded until, was it the 19 to 21 financial plan? And then that got funded, and then the pandemic hit. And then so we kind of put it on the side, and then we had it, and then we had other things that happen. So we're really excited to see how we can meet Cal Poly halfway. And I think that there's some opportunities for us to have some conversations with Cal Poly leadership. And we'll certainly reach out to Cuesta, because there's certainly a partner that we want to make sure that their students are supported as well. And I'm happy to chat with, you know, any sort of the student leadership about, you know, my experience in my alma mater of what was effective in terms of, you know, how to energize students to make sure they understand both their rights and responsibilities. And I think, thank you, Mayor, for the question around Ask Slow. It comes up a lot, that we're still developing that system, and we'll meet internally about what we can do to make sure it's more accessible in terms of search words, and perhaps a, you know, little 30-second video on how to use it. So thank you so much for the feedback tonight. We really appreciate it.
Thank you. And I absolutely agree with you. I mean, we didn't have a chance when COVID happened to really see a lot of this actually come into play. And even when COVID was here, I mean, could you really go in someone's house and check? I mean, what an ordeal. So just definitely, please know that this is a frustration of an overall concept, not at all of the two of you. So please know that we are very thankful. We have amazing staff, and I am genuinely thankful so often how much work we get done and what we do for this community of this size. So just want to make sure that's clear, that this is not all at you. This is just the challenge of the frustration. So well, thank you for the presentation. And the simple last item is liaison communication reports from task force, community member meetings, etc. Who would like to go first? Because I have like 9 topics. So Councilmember Schwarzman.
Mine's pretty short, so you can have I'll cede my time to you. This last, all of us actually went to the Cal Cities conference after our last council meeting 2 weeks ago. This past weekend, had the pleasure of speaking at one of the Drive Electric Week events on Saturday. Unfortunately, it was a little bit rainy, but they had probably 6 or 7 different types of cars, electric vehicles, to test drive out behind Dick's Sporting Goods and Target there. And there were some people. They had free burritos and good vegetarian burritos and lots of cars to drive. So it's sprinkled here and there, but a good time I think was had by all. And then had the pleasure of attending the Slow City Day at the Cal Poly homecoming game and seeing the mayor receive a giant framed jersey that said Stewart #1 on it down on the field during one of the timeouts. So that was fun.
Thank you. It was great that you were there. Councilmember Pease.
Just disclosing that along with everybody else that I did go to the Cal Cities conference, learned a ton. Look forward to continuing to incorporate those great lessons where we can. And then also had a chance to participate in the Electrify Your Life, more focused on the building side than electric vehicle, but good attendance and good information to share.
Nice. Thank you. Councilmember Francis.
I was also at Cal Cities. I was the voting delegate for the council, but we didn't have any petitions to vote on. So it was kind of a dud from that front, but a lot of really great conference materials, and it was an excellent experience. And Saturday, rather than hanging out with the electric cars, I was at the September Scramble, which is the best event in town. So highly recommend you all get out there. And because it was raining and there was already the mud, it was excellent this year. So thanks to Parks and Rec, as always, for putting on an incredible event.
That goes in the checkbox of camping for me. Yeah. But it sounded awesome, and I love watching it. Yes, I too went to the Cal Cities conference like the rest of the members here, and I want to just say a big thank you to everyone who serves on the Cal Cities conference board, the caucuses, the division. I mean, there's so many committees and so many people who are involved, and in fact, many people here on this council are involved in policy committees, which we really talk about overall policies for statewide. So I think that's really helpful. Also, as much as I loved learning so much that we could bring back, I also was quite proud of our city and what we are doing. When we heard about the other cities that do something like our mobile crisis unit or like our community action team, I could say, yes, we're doing that. And thank you for the other tidbit that we don't do. Cool, we'll bring that back. So it was really kind of exciting.
Storm response.
Yeah, storm response was amazing. Oh, and our own James Blattler, along with Pismo and Morro Bay city staff got to celebrate, not celebrate, but kind of for us, got to share what they did for the emergency response and how we've managed this so far, and it's just been really great. Also went to the night we got back from the Cal Cities conference, went to the California Medical Association dinner and was honored to represent our council. Dr. Philip Kissel was given the annual award that they give to a different physician. He is a neurosurgeon in our community. And I have to tell you, when I posted about this, someone I know in the community said, he saved my life. And there were quite a few people who've come to me after that said, thank you for sharing that, because he was amazing. So that's pretty cool. I got to meet with many of the ASI team and officers last week and find out what they are wanting in this city to be a part of, and also our challenges. was honored to be the representative at the Women's Legacy Fund Luncheon. It is 21 years of trying to help women and girls be successful. And when I say successful, that's probably not actually the right word. I apologize. More of self-sustainable and being able to achieve. And when we, there was Melinda Gates quotes, there was Kofi Annan quotes. You could give. There's lots of people that are quoted out there of what this means. And when you can raise a woman in their life, you are raising the whole family. And so this raises women, men, every gender you could imagine. So just throwing that out there, it was just really great. And I believe it was over 660 grants that the Women's Legacy Fund have given. It was really exciting. And we got to go to, and I just want to thank the whole team. We went out to the Celebration of Life for Mayor Steve Martin for Paso, and wow, was it touching. It was amazing, and what an awesome life that he led, and we got to be a part of for a bit. Lastly, I went to the Labor Leaders Appreciation Breakfast hosted by Assemblywoman Dawn Addis last Friday, and it was so interesting and exciting to see all of the many leaders out there, from education to building trades to public government. Really great, and just always honored to be able to be a representative at all these awesome things in our community. Vice Mayor Marks.
Thank you. Yes, well, I went to the Cal Cities conference as well, and the a big kind of idea that I came back with has to do with our homeless situation, and it has to do with a couple of cities that were talking about how they managed to persuade their populace to consider homelessness as a community problem and not just a threat. And so one of the big tools there was telling the successful stories, and not just that this person was living on the street and now they have a home, which is great, or they're unified with a family, that's great, but also that people who are upstanding members of the community are brave enough to say, well, I was homeless at this point in my life, and now I'm whatever it is they're doing now. But so that the community can, our community, I have to say I'm really disappointed in all the pushback about the safe parking program, which I think is a great idea. Anyway, how do we get more positivity in the mix with how we're looking at the unsheltered folks, that we're not just always responding to, and I know there are people out there who are threatening, so I'm not saying that that's not a problem, but everybody really can do a little something to make it better. So there was that, and then I went to the Air Pollution Control District meeting, and there's a hearing that's coming up that's going to be quite significant about whether or not state parks can take a break from trying to remediate the dust. And it's very controversial, but it's our hearing board. It's not the Air Pollution Control Board, it's our hearing board. And then I told you already about the IWMA. There'll be a lot rolling out. You'll be hearing a lot more in the future. So that's all I have. Thanks.
Thank you so much. There's just a lot going on in our city and our county and the world, and thankful that you're all here together to help us go through it. So we'll see you all not next Tuesday, just kidding. We'll see you all October 17th. We have our 5 o'clock closed session, and then our normal regular meeting at 5:30 right here at City Hall at 990. Thank you so much, and have a wonderful night, wonderful next couple weeks.